Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, officials from the department and Umalusi. Chairperson, I have 6 members on the platform. I can hand over to you now. Some are still busy logging in.
No, thank you very much. Llewellyn, and let me greet everybody that is in the meeting. Can you help us with the roll call?
Thank you, Chairperson. I have yourself, Honorable Binko Gigaba. I have Honorable Aduins. I have Honorable Morasetla, Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Mashabela, and Honorable Madlingozi. I have an apology for Honorable Sukers, who she can't join us this morning. And then from the department, Chairperson, I also have apologies for DM, the Deputy Minister, who's currently engaged with school principals in Mpumalanga. I know that DG may be on the platform, but he has intermittent connectivity because he's currently in KZN, monitoring the sanitation projects in KZN. Thank you, Chairperson. Those are the apologies and a roll call. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Let us greet the members.
Recording in progress.
As mentioned, that are in the meeting. I see Honorable Notada is also reporting that he is part of the meeting. Let us greet the department. I'm not sure who is leading the department, whether the minister is here, and as the apologies have said, the DM and the DG are not in the meeting. Let us greet Umalusi, Prof, and Dr. Rakometi and your team, and greet everybody that has joined us in this first meeting of 2024 of the Portfolio Committee. So I'm not sure whether it's still fine to say compliments, because we are tired already, some of us, with the work that is on the ground. We are not really starting working as the committee. We've had oversights in 4 provinces. We have divided ourselves into 2 teams. The other team was doing KZN and Limpopo, and we did Eastern Cape and Northwest. We are going to engage on those reports when they are coming to this level. We are having SONA on Thursday, which will be the last State of the Nation address for us as the 6th Parliament. And one must say that at least we've managed to have fruitful team basic education in Parliament till to date. We are going to have, I think it's going to be 8 meetings for this quarter. The last meeting will be on the 26th of March. And I'm not sure whether we will come back after that. But it's a sign that a term is over, and I think very soon we're going to have to look into our legacy report and adopt it for purposes of it to be sent to the Office of the Chair of Chairs. So as we are on the ground, all of us, I think it's going to be fair enough that we wish all the parties all the best for the elections. And we hope that we are all going to do well. and there will be no parties that complains when we come back victorious after the elections. But I think what brought us here together today is the results of 2023. We are going to get a brief from the department and Umalusi, which we've already been part of the announcement in Gauteng province when the minister was announcing the results. The portfolio committee was also part of that meeting, and we are grateful that the Department of Basic Education has managed to deliver 82.9%. And Umalusi has managed to quality assure without any issues in quality assurance. I think one thing that we must applaud about this department is that there is no noise. You know, after the release of the result, you find a happy country. There is no noise. There are no serious contrary views. All the people are happy. We must be able to say that we are grateful that we've been part of this journey that produces results as well. And we think that we have really tried to be there as well, at least to keep the department on its toes. We must say the minister, I'm not sure if she's here, but she was beautiful, York. She was beautiful. She was.
No, I'm connected. I'm here.
Oh, okay. No, she was.
Yeah,
she was
really
bright.
cool.
She was Izibazana. She's still trending as Izibazana of the year, which made us very proud. We are proud really to be part of the winning team. We are proud to finish our term as the portfolio committee that has really managed to work, together and see the result of what we were doing. We, like I'm saying, we've done oversights, and we've been to schools. We are happy the children are getting meals. We are happy the children are in school. They were there with their teachers. There were, of course, some minor issues, but what is important is that teaching and learning was happening, which is the core of the department. So congratulations, Team DBE. Congratulations. ODG, some of us might take it light, this thing of him being all over during our meetings, but I think it is also having a contribution. And it's a pity he's not here, but I wanted to say that he's always in KZN, he's always in Limpopo, in Eastern Cape. And those provinces are getting up higher, they are moving up. And Northwest, his home province as well. So these matric results have got something to do with numbers. I think they've got something to do with numbers because he's mostly in these big provinces. And I'm speaking now for my province too. We must see him more often in the Northern Cape. We can't be number 9. Aibo, siyakhalaza phela minister. So UDG akayenze le nto ayenza in other provinces, there in my province as well. On that note, members, we are having on the agenda, Llewellyn. On the agenda, we are having like I've said, the briefing on the outcomes of the 2023 NSC examination outcomes, and also the Umalusi will also brief us. After that, then we will have to consider the draft report on the petition to eradicate the pit latrines and the draft committee annual report of 2023 and the draft minutes of 14 of November 2023 and the draft committee first term program, though we have started it today. Can I note hands of members that wants to adopt the agenda? Honorable Adwans.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mbingo Gigaba. Good morning to your good self, and good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to you, Minister, leading the department, and good morning to the team from Umalusi, led by, I'm not sure if the prof is here, but also Dr. Akumeti, I saw you. Good morning to the staff of Parliament. And I'm sure it's not too late to say compliments of the new year. Chair, I'm rising to adopt the agenda as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Principal. Honorable Morotsetla.
Chairperson, can you hear me today? No.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I got my own corner now. It's not that conducive, but this is the corner that can save me. Good morning to yourselves, and good morning to everyone. And once more, compliments for 2024. I rise to second adoption of this agenda as is.
Thank you very much, honorable members, Siyabonga, for the adoption of the agenda. I'm not going to waste time. Minister, can I give you to lead the input? Your hands, Honorable Adwans and Honorable.
Yes, Chair.
Matlamat on. Oh,
Okay.
your hands are.
Yes, Chair. I wanted to. Oh no, it's not. Mine is to inform the meeting to note the apology of Honorable Litiye and Honorable Yabo. They might join us because they are moving up and down in the oversight on higher education. So as and when they find time to join us, they will do so. Thank you, Chair.
All right. That is noted. Thank you very much, Honorable Adwans. Over to you, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also join the whip for wishing everybody a good year, healthy and a blessed year. And thank you most sincerely, Chair, and your team for the guidance, the counsel, and robust engagements that as a department have been having with yourselves. And for that, we are very highly appreciative and quite grateful. So having said that, I want to thank your leadership and members of the committee. They've always supported us also in departmental events, and we really did feel that we have great partners in yourselves as the committee, but also in the different individual members who are part of the committee. So thank you very much for that. Chair, as we present this report, as you correctly say, we've already presented the findings of the report, and both the department and Umalusi will go into details about the report. Chair, if you don't mind, I have a very weak signal here, so I'll prefer to only use the visual, if you don't mind, Chair, because it's quite weak and flickering.
No, it's fine. It's fine, ma'am.
Yeah. So, Chair, as we present the report to yourselves, indeed, as I indicated when we were presenting results, that the past 5 years and the trend has been really encouraging in a sense that we are witnessing a stability in the system, which has been the major factor in terms of our education system. Was the most dangerous thing. It's when you have a system that is fluctuating and you don't know where the problems are. But the 5 years have indicated that the system is growing holistically and there are no perfect centers and also weak centers. Even the Northern Cape that you are concerned about, Chair, it's above 70%, which we think it's a very healthy development, because even the provinces that are now, even the numbers are just a fuss. The difference between Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and Free State and Northwest just show that there isn't much of a difference, because they're all separated by 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, which is a very encouraging trend to show that the system is stabilizing from most sides, from different sides, and we are beginning to also feel the impact and the improvement of our interventions in areas which were underperforming. And those, for me, are encouraging factors. Again, when we present, you'll also see one of the worrying factors which correctly bother South Africans, which are your throughput rates, that the number of kids who come to grade 1, are they the same number that comes to grade 12? Perhaps as if they're just in the sausage machine, but you have to also see where the difficulties are. And we are aware that we begin to see a dip after grade 3, we see a dip after grade 6, and a deeper dip after grade 9. And those amongst other factors that we have identified, and it results in higher dropout rates. But fortunately, in some instances, kids go to TVET colleges. But it still is a worrying factor that as a department, we can't account fully to say, yes, of the grade 9s that left us, which is about more than 20%, they have gone to TVET colleges. And we have committed, the department has committed itself to say, they will also make sure that there's a tracer method which helps us to compare data to say, yes, in grade 9, 20,000 left, this is where we can trace them scientifically with their IDs that they're at the TVET college. That's one other weakness that we have picked up in the system, Chair. So the other challenge also that we are picking up in the system, it's weak foundations of learning. And those are the things that make our system very fragile. Teachers have to work overtime, they have to work weekends. Yes, indeed, COVID had an impact, but you can see from the trends, even beyond COVID, that what makes the system fragile is weak foundations of learning. And that's why as government, we're insisting and pushing hard to say, we have to sort the ECD, make sure our kids come in time, come early for stimulation in education, and deal with the language of learning in education. And I don't want to spend time on ECD, but we even see from the PILS report, Chair, that the kids that we really want to contest or to compete with, that kids will be able to read for meaning by 10. Those kids go into ECD centers of Finland, they go at 9 months. Belgium, they go at less than a year. Our kids, at most now, they come to school when they're age 6. And they only have 3 years to prepare before they are 10. And we expect them to compete with children who have been in the system for more than 5 to 6 years. And that we can see also from the results, if you read the report of Thrive by 5, because we know they can't thrive by 10 if they don't thrive by 5. And that's why the real push for ECD, but also a conversation we need to engage around the language of learning. It's an apartheid legacy where people, I think, mistakenly or maybe rightfully think English is knowledge. And if you study in the medium of English, or if you can speak English well, we are smarter. And forget that your mother tongue helps you with cognitive development, because language is not knowledge. I know I can go and stay in Japan for 6 months. I'll come speak in Japan. So it's very easy to learn a language, but it's not easy to develop cognitively, and which is what your mother tongue helps you with. So those are the things we're beginning to look at now that we are very comfortable that the system has stabilized, but it's still fragile. And for it to be strong, we have to strengthen the foundations for learning. So, Chair, just want to stop at that, but again, take this opportunity to thank yourself, Chair, and thank the members of the portfolio for always being there for us and really being partners with the department in many instances and giving us both guidance, support, and also engaging us on different matters that are brought to your attention. On that note, Chair, I want to thank you very much for having us and look forward to, as I said, the engagement today. And also, as you say, Chair, engagement on the ground. The members of the other party. So let's meet with the, what do they call themselves? The party.
No, name them, not that. And Madeline goes and Shabela, name them.
I want to bring them, or not that. I don't know what is this thing they call, the pot they call themselves, to say, let's meet there and be robust there, and we'll meet. Well, thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much for the support. I don't know, I don't them deserve us busy on Angel. Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Prof. Balim, can I give you some time to say something?
Chairperson, good morning. And unfortunately, Professor Balim is not available today due to prior commitments. So it's going to be me standing in place of him. My name is Professor Thabo Msibi. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Umalusi Council. I do want to acknowledge you, Chairperson. I also want to acknowledge the Minister, Mrs. Angie Motshekga, as well as the entire membership of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. I also want to acknowledge the delegation of the Department of Basic Education. And as I've said, my name is Thabo Msibi. Chair, if I may, let me introduce the Umalusi delegation that is accompanying me this morning. Firstly, Dr. Mafu Rakometsi, who is the CEO of Umalusi, Dr. Eva Suchi, who is the Executive Manager for Quality Assurance and Monitoring. We also have Mr. Emmanuel Sibanda, who is the Executive Manager for Qualifications and Research, Mr. Hendrik van der Walt, who is the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Biggie Lipota, who is the Senior Manager for Public Relations and Communications, as well as Mr. Dr. Pukani, who is the Acting Senior Manager for Quality Assurance and Assessment, and finally, Mr. Andy Tulo, who is the Manager for Quality Assurance of Assessment, who is in charge of monitoring and evaluation. Chair, we are very grateful for this opportunity to report to the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education on the quality of assurance process that Umalusi conducted in relation to the 2023 November National Senior Certificate Examinations and assessments that led to Umalusi approving the release of the results on the 15th of January 2024. While the approval was given to the Department of Basic Education, the Department of Higher Education and Training, the IEB, as well as the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute, today's presentation from Umalusi will focus on the DBE. The presentation was shared by Dr. Rakometsi together with Mr. Pokwani, and the presentation will focus on the scope of the quality assurance of assessment processes, the identified areas of improvement, recurring areas of non-compliance, issues relating to standardization of examination results and resulting processes, as well as recurring challenges in the system. And also we will conclude by looking at the way forward. Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, before I hand over to Dr. Rakometsi, I would like to comment briefly on the standardization and approval processes of Umalusi. These processes were conducted to safeguard the integrity and credibility of the results presented. And as you've already alluded to, Chair, the committee has been quite happy with those processes, and indeed the country has been quite happy with the final results. In respect of the standardization, the Assessment Standards Committee of Umalusi held its meetings between the 19th of December 2023 and the 5th of January 2024 to conduct careful analysis of the results for about 511 subjects spread across 4 assessment bodies and qualifications to arrive at the standardization decisions. The process is detailed and rigorous and is guided by standardization principles, which are supported by statistical and narrative reports. The final standardization decisions, supported by the relevant reports, were presented for consideration of the Executive Committee of Umalusi Council during its meeting held on the 9th as well as on the 12th of January 2024 to approve the release of results. While the irregularities were identified during the writing and marking of the examination, they were not of such a systemic nature to compromise the overall credibility and integrity of the results for the 2023 NSC. This is what led the EXCO of Umalusi to approve the release of the results. And for this reason, Umalusi commends the Department of Basic Education for successfully administering and conducting and managing the 2023 NSC examinations. Also, Umalusi congratulates all the assessment bodies for conducting and managing the 2023 end-of-year examinations. We do want to say a special word of commendation to the DBE. As evidenced by the numbers, the DBE examination system is very large and complex. It is not an easy task to ensure that each and every one of the 1.15 million candidates across the length and breadth of South Africa receives the correct question paper at the right time and in the right venue, and that the individual scripts are collected and marked, and that marks are verified and then transferred onto the computer system submitted to Umalusi for standardization purposes, that standardization decisions are implemented on the system, and that learners are resulted in a timely manner. All of this done with proper attention to the integrity of the process. This is certainly most deserving of our highest commendation. I will hand over now, Chair, to Dr. Rakometsi, who will then lead the delegation and present on behalf of Umalusi. I want to thank you for this opportunity.
No, hand over to me, Professor.
I beg your pardon. I'll go back to you then, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Msidi. DP, who is going to do the presentation?
Yeah, let me greet the honorable members, the chair of the portfolio committee, and all in the meeting, including our Minister of Education, Basic Education. I am Dr. Mthembu, the Deputy Director General for Curriculum, Monitoring and Support. Dr. Paula will lead us in the presentation for the Department of Basic Education. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Mthembu. Let's then give you, Dr. Polia, I saw this presentation is very long, and I know you can speak on it, but give facts of it. When you are done immediately, Dr. Rakometsi can then take over, Prof. CB. Thank you very much. Dr. Polia?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe I should just check, Honorable Chair, how many generous minutes are you affording us to make this presentation?
Talk to the presentation, Dr. Polia, and talk to the facts of it. I think you have got 151 pages. It's a lot. It's a lot. The ground is waiting for Amakabane.
Okay. No, thank you, Honorable Chair, and let me greet the Honorable Chair, our Honorable Minister, and also let me greet the Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also greet the Deputy Chair of Umalusi Council, Professor Msibi, the CEO of Umalusi, Dr. Rakometsi, officials of the DBE, and members of the parliamentary staff. I think I need to switch on my camera for a while so that you get to see me, so that you understand I'm not just a robot, but there is a face. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And as mentioned by our minister, that we are certainly not just a system on the rise, but we are a system that's rising together. And I think that cohesiveness and that integrated movement of the system is what is extremely encouraging. And this is the outline of the presentation, extremely vast. And we've come to realize, Honorable Chair, that in this data, it's not just about an examination that has been written. It serves as a valuable barometer to give us a clear indication of how the system is performing. And we mine the data. We conduct extensive analysis of the data from various dimensions and perspectives. And more important than reporting to candidates, to parents, and the public is for us to utilize this data as important diagnostic information that will help us to move the system to the next level. And we will continue to do the analysis. And what we're presenting today is some of the preliminary analysis. The way the presentation is structured, Honorable Chair, is that after every set of slides, we have lessons for the future. What is it that we are extracting from this data that we are now going to utilize in terms of determining the direction and the trajectory that we need to follow? I think we're all aware that we are driven by the NDP goal of ensuring education of the highest quality, leading to significantly improved outcomes. And we continuously talk about international standards. And it's not just about us looking at ourselves in terms of our own national standards, but comparing our performance on the international stage. What is the shape and size of the sector? And I think this is very important. We're looking at 13 million learners, 462,000 educators, both in public and independent school. I thought it's important to just look at the percentage of learners that are involved in independent or private education. Only 5% of our learners. So 95% of our learners are taken care of by the state system in this country. We continue, Honorable Chair, to measure our performance in terms of the social justice principles of access, redress, equity, efficiency, quality, and inclusivity. And our minister, together with DG and Deputy Minister, on record as having reported that we're doing well in terms of 4 of the social justice principles. But there is room for improvement in terms of the level of efficiency across the system. And what the NDP calls us to do is to look at quality and quality across the system. In understanding the results of the class of 2023, one needs to understand the road traveled by this class. They entered the schooling sector in 2012, and unfortunately, they were affected by COVID in 2020 and 2021 when they were part of the grade 9 year and the grade 10 year. And you would agree with me that the rotational attendance and the other psychosocial impact on these learners would have certainly had a serious negative impact on their schooling. But we are encouraged by the fact that the grade 11 and grade 12 year went back to near normal, not completely normal, but near normal. And we were, through the various mechanisms and support programs of the department, we were able to provide these learners with the additional support that they require in order to make sure that their readiness for the examination is what it needs to be. These learners were affected by the fact that we had to trim the curriculum. And I know the word trimming is possibly not the most appropriate, but what we did was, in reducing the content demands of the curriculum, we made sure that the core concepts, the core areas that are required for subsequent grades were maintained. We increased school-based assessment, and school-based assessment in grade 11 constituted 25%, but now it constitutes 60%. However, in grade 12, the curriculum, the content, the assessment remained intact and was not in any way amended. This is some kind of a summary of some of the key responses to COVID. And I think what is important is the issue of the RDL strategy, the remote and digital learning, in terms of all the social media platforms, together with radio and television, which served as an important mechanism to support our learners. The class of 2023, in context, and I think this is an important slide, which as a department, we are constantly criticized that 1.2 million learners enter grade 1 and only 740,000 learners finally enter grade 12. I want to indicate that the 1.2 million learners is a slightly inflated figure, given the fact that our statistics may not be as accurate as the 740,000, which is based on examination data that we're working on. And I think our minister has made an important point that we're seeing a slight bulge in grade 4 because of the language transition from grade 3 to grade 4. We're also seeing a bulge from grade 7 into grade 8, 966,000 to 1,057 million. And here again, the transition from primary into high schooling. And our biggest concern is the number of learners that do not make it through grade 10, 11, and 12. But I want to hasten to mention that the figures reflected here do not represent learners that are branching off into TVET colleges. And our minister has emphasized the fact that we are busy with a tracking study, and hopefully by next year, we'll be able to provide you more reliable data. The other very important point is that what we are looking at is throughput, but throughput must also be looked at in terms of learners that may be retained because of failure. So not all learners, in terms of the reduced number or coming from that reduced number, have dropped out. It simply means there are somewhere in the pipeline, and that is something we look at. We look at throughput in conjunction with our retention rate. These are the numbers, and I think what is important here is the fact that our numbers are on an increase. And if you look at the increase from 2019 to 2023, almost 100,000 increase in this period of 5 years, which says a lot again about access to schooling. And this is something that the system can be applauded about. And it seems as if we are now keeping the numbers post-COVID at the 700,000 level, which is a positive. Here we're looking at our part-time learners. We monitor part-time participation very closely, simply because our part-time learners are our repeat candidates that would not have satisfied the requirements in their first attempt. 182,000 is a large number, again, an increase from 117,000, but the 182,000 is still short of what we are targeting. And we would like to see the numbers go up considerably so that we draw back into the system learners that have not satisfied the requirements of the NSC in their first attempts. Here we're looking at the number that entered and the number that wrote, and we have 33,000 less learners that wrote this year. And we need to bear that in mind, that the 33,000 is also about the system reaching some kind of stability post-COVID. But the important is that we're keeping the numbers above 700,000. Here we're looking at the numbers that entered and wrote per province. And I think what is important here is to look at provinces have, what I'm talking about here is part-time candidates in terms of entered and wrote. And 182,000 part-time candidates entered and 116,000 wrote. So we're concerned about the 60,000 that write and do not enter the part-time examination. Here we're looking at male versus female. And I think, again, it's encouraging that we have more females, 403,000 compared to the 312,000. 44 or 43% males compared to the 56%. And later on, we'll talk about the fact that there may be a need for us to now target the boy learner who seems to be lagging somewhat behind. Here we look at the difference in terms of the different subjects, and over the years, numbers have increased. If one looks at our maths figures, maths literacy, physical science, from 2019, numbers have increased. But obviously in 2023, numbers have dropped simply because overall numbers have decreased. Here we're looking at the technology subjects. The red indicates numbers that have dropped, and those are the numbers that we are monitoring very closely. We would like to see our technology numbers go up more significantly, even though they are rising, but the rise is still small compared to our targets. We would like to shift the system in the direction of technology. Here we're looking at South African Sign Language, home language. Our numbers were increasing, and we were quite encouraged by the increase to 210 candidates in 2022, but our numbers dropped in 2023 to 129, and that's something we will certainly investigate and make sure that we can bring the numbers up again. Here we're looking at the number of progress learners. It's also encouraging that the number of progress learners increased from 52,000 to 54,000, an overall increase of 1,982. But we're still concerned about the fact that if we're moving the system as one coordinated unit, the fact that some provinces have increased and others have decreased is something that we're going to have to investigate more closely to make sure that the criteria for progression is being applied consistently. Here we're looking at the age of the different category of learners. And I think what is interesting here is that the bulk of our learners are 18 and 19 years of age. And interesting, we now have more learners at age 18, which simply means that more learners are completing their schooling at the required age requirement. Here we're comparing numbers in terms of part-time, 2022 and 2023, and you can see there's an increase in the numbers in 2023. Here we're comparing male versus female, and again, here we find that our 18-year-olds in terms of females are very much higher. These are the part-time comparison in terms of male and female. Now, here we're looking at learners with special needs. And I think what for me is encouraging here is the increase in the number of learners that are now recorded in terms of our data. Now, this has not just been as a result of a sudden increase in numbers, but we now have a better system of identification, a system of support. And as a result, in 2023, we had 5,288 learners with special needs that wrote this examination. And this is very encouraging and a significant increase from the number we had in 2022. These are the different types of accommodation that the learners were presented with in order to accommodate the barrier to learning. And on this particular slide, we're looking at social grant learners, and we had 564 of the 690,000 learners receiving social grants. 138,000 were active recipients, which means that they received the social grant in their grade 12 year. The inactive recipients, the 425,000, would have received the social grant in their schooling career, but not in the grade 12 year. And later on, we compare the performance of active versus inactive recipients. These are the different types of social grants that are received, and that's broken down in terms of numbers. Now, here comes the important, my apologies. Yeah. Here comes the important lessons for the future. And I think what I want to point out here is the point of the transition, which we are focusing on. We want to keep the numbers above 700,000. And I think the decrease in 36,000 in terms of the enrollment is one that we're still monitoring closely, but we believe that we're reaching some kind of stability. And our target is to take the part-time enrollments beyond the 182,000. And we are investigating the significant decrease in the number of the Limpopo province. So we monitor enrollment figures very closely. Another important element that we are monitoring is the uptake of mathematics. We want to move the system in favor of mathematics rather than mathematical literacy. Currently, we have 60% of learners taking maths literacy and 37.4% taking mathematics. And remember, there's a small percentage of learners that take technical math. And we want to move the system so that we have 60% of our learners taking mathematics and 38% of the learners taking maths literacy. What is encouraging, Honorable Chair, is that your BCM subject, your business studies and your economics, we seem to have arrested the decline. The numbers are fairly stable. We'll continue to monitor that. I spoke about the technology subjects, the sign language, and the decrease in progress learners in some provinces will also be looked at to make sure that our school principals are not retaining progress learners in grade 11 simply because they want a better performance in grade 12. Honorable Chair, the performance that we see of 82.9 has been as a result of an extraordinary learner support program that was initiated and where provinces, together with schools, as well as the department, work together. And these are the factors that have contributed to improved performance. This particular picture depicts South Africa. On the left, my left, we see our developed parts of the country. And then we see on the right, my right, the disadvantaged. And in terms of making sure that the divide between these two communities are addressed, hence the need for an extraordinary support program to support our grade 12 learners. And I must say that this support program brought together different components of civil society, universities, NGOs, and donors together. We had extensive weekend, autumn, winter, spring programs together with the last push. Our focus was on home languages, because that is critical in terms of a learner obtaining a pass. We also focused on the technologies, the service subjects, and we had unprecedented attention in all 75 districts. And this was facilitated and directed by our minister, who had quarterly meetings with each of the districts. And that certainly contributed to the kind of improvement we are seeing in the system. In addition, our DG engaged in one-on-one meetings with 25,000 school principals. And this was done through the virtual platforms that are available. And all of this has contributed to the improvement. These are the 4 key areas that we focused on. And I'm not going to go through all of the modalities that were utilized, but just to say that the program of support not only targeted these learners in grade 12, but we started as early as grade 8 and grade 9, moving into grade 10 with all of these different programs that were put in place. And then in grade 11, there was a plethora of support to make sure that when these learners get into grade 12, whatever losses they may have sustained are addressed to some extent. And here you see our Director General, in full action, addressing teachers and subject advisors at these meetings, which certainly played an important part in galvanizing the system towards a common goal. Excuse me. Our WASA Matric program, which in the main is online and digital, allowed learners to be able to support themselves when the time allowed, and the use of television and radio played an important part in supporting these learners. Here at the bottom, we see a summary of the number of learners that would have benefited from our autumn classes, 315,000, our winter schools, 475,000, our spring schools, 359,000, and on an average, between 5 and 10 days in each of these special programs. The large-scale support programs, which I'm not going to go through, and then our minister again personally being involved with the district support. Moving on to the examination more directly, this is the scope and size, and I'm not going to go through the detail. And with regard to standardization, Umalusi will touch on this, but I think for us as a department, we're always monitoring the number of subjects where raw marks were accepted. And of the 66 subjects that were presented to Umalusi for standardization, raw marks were accepted in 49, which is 74%, higher than the 71% in 2022. And I think what we also are encouraged by the fact that there were only 6 subjects that required an upward adjustment because the performance was not in keeping with the norm of the previous years. And 11 subjects were brought down, which simply means that the marks were higher than the norm, and therefore they had to be brought down. Now, the historical trend, and I think this is one slide that we always bring to the attention of the Portfolio Committee and other important forum, is that for us to understand where we come from and where we are, despite the fact there's lots to be done in terms of improving quality, but to think about the fact that in 1970, only 43,000 learners attained a matric, and 50 years later, 572,000, which is more than 10 times the number that we had in 1970. And I mean, to look at it, if you look at the number from 2000 to 2023, that in itself almost doubled in that 23-year period. So these are significant strides by any international measurement in terms of progress that has been made in the system. We also, once again, just remind the Portfolio Committee about the requirements to obtain an NSC. We're constantly being criticized for the low threshold of 30%, and therefore this slide once again reminds us that the 30% is really the bottom. It's really the lowest level of achievement for learners that may be struggling with particular subjects. But in the main, if you look at it, more than 60% of our learners attain either an admission to bachelor's or an admission to diploma, which requires, in the case of bachelor's, for learners to score 4 subjects at 50. 4 subjects at 50. In the case of your diploma, must attain home language at 40 and 3 other subjects at 40. So it's 4 subjects at 40. And then we have the requirements for your highest certificate and the NSC. Now going to the performance of the class of 2023. And I think we all are excited about the 82.9, but I think our minister has warned us that we need to not rest on our laurels, but rather make sure that we get to better understand what does that 82.9 mean. Look at the quality in the 82.9 and make sure that we not only focus on increasing the pass percentage, but we also increase the quality of those passes and focus on teaching and learning that must improve across the system. Now here we're looking at the different provinces, and I think the point made by Minister is that if you look at the difference between the best performing province, which is Free State at 89, and then the province at the bottom, 17, Northern Cape at 75. And I'll give you the exact figure just now, but the important point is that the difference has decreased. And that for us is very important. But also the other important point is that although some provinces have moved up and others have moved down in terms of their league table positioning, all provinces have improved. Even Northern Cape, which is at the bottom, increased by 1.64%. But what is more encouraging, Honorable Chair, is the fact that our bigger provinces and our provinces with a larger contingent of rural communities have shown the greatest increase. Eastern Cape, 4.12% and 4.12%, and Limpopo, 7.44%, KZN, 3.36%. So these are the provinces that have really pushed up the overall pass rate. And for me, that and the rest of the department, this is extremely encouraging. We continue, Honorable Chair, to monitor no-fee-paying schools and their performance against fee-paying schools and our independent schools. Now, what is very, very encouraging is that if you look at your no-fee-paying schools, we have an overall pass rate of 82.9. But our no-fee-paying schools are performing at 81%, which simply means that the no-fee-paying schools have been brought up above 80% and close to national performance. And what is more important is that if you compare your no-fee-paying schools to your fee-paying schools, the difference is only 5%. So here again, we're seeing a narrowing of the divide between your quintiles 1, 2, and 3 and your quintiles 4 and 5. What is also very encouraging, if you look at our independent schools that write the state exam, they are functioning at 90.4%, which is not very much higher than the 86.4% of the fee-paying schools and the 81% of our no-fee-paying school. But there's also another very interesting statistic here. If we look at the independent schools, we have 27,000 learners from independent schools that wrote the state exam. Now, this is higher than the number of learners that wrote both the IEB and the Sakai, which are the two independent bodies that wrote their exam. Their numbers would not go beyond 15,000, but 27, close to 28,000 learners wrote the state exam, and these are learners coming from our independent school. So this is an indication of a vote of confidence in the state system, but it also shows that the state system caters for learners both from the private as well as the public institutions. Now here we look at the performance of the males versus the females, the boys versus the girls. Now we are having more girls attaining the NSC, 322,000 compared to the 250,000. And this is why we say that the boy learner needs some direct support moving forward. But what is also interesting is that from a perspective of efficiency or output, both boys and girls are functioning at 82.9. And this percentage is interesting because what you do in calculating that percentage, you take the 250,000, divide that by the number of boys that wrote, and take the 322,000 divided by the 389,000 girls that wrote, and that gives you 82.9, and both of them are exactly the same, and it certainly has not been manipulated in any way. So what are the lessons from these slides that I have presented? It's the decrease. And in 2022, the margin of difference between the top performing and the lowest performing province was 16.4%, and that has decreased to 13.2%. In terms of no fee versus fee-paying school, the difference last year was 8.7%. This year it has decreased to 5.4%. And the last bullet talks about the boy learner and the additional support required. Now we move to passes by qualification type, and here there's been a nice increase of 38.4%. And what is interesting is that to see the improvement over the years from 2014 to 2023. Now, this particular slide gives us the numbers of learners that obtained admission to bachelor studies. The point I made earlier is that numbers have dropped in terms of the numbers that wrote. Now, if the numbers that wrote dropped, one would expect that your number of admission to bachelor studies should also decrease. But because the system is doing so well, despite the decrease in overall numbers, the number of learners attaining admission to bachelor studies has increased from 278,000 to 282,000, an increase of 4,000, which again is remarkable. Here you're looking at the contribution of the different provinces, and the bulk of our learners in terms of admission to bachelor studies come from KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Here we're looking at it in terms of percentages. KwaZulu-Natal tops the ranking in terms of numbers as well as percentages. Here we're looking at the actual numbers together with the percentages in terms of admission to bachelor's, diploma, higher certificate, and the straight national senior certificate. And the important point here is that we had 282,000 learners obtaining admission to bachelor studies and another 187,000 obtaining admission to diploma studies. Now, if you put these two figures together, it gives you close on to 470,000 learners of the 690,000 learners that now qualify for admission to higher education institution, which is over 60% and which is certainly encouraging. Obviously, we are aware that our higher education institutions are under tremendous pressure to accommodate these large number of learners. So the basic education system is certainly performing above the expected level, and higher education institutions must now begin to expand their options so that they can accommodate the larger numbers. On this particular slide, we're comparing the different types of passes in terms of fee paying, no fee paying, and independent. And obviously, there are differences here, which seem to be a little more significant, which we need to be looking at. And on this slide, we're comparing the performance of provinces from 2022 to 2023. And in most provinces, there's been an improvement. And overall, we've improved from 38% in 2022 to 40.93% in 2023. Here we're looking at the boy learner versus girl learner in terms of bachelor studies, and the girl learner is performing better than the girl learner in terms of 41 versus 39. So again, I think the important point here is the significant increase in numbers, 282,000. And the important point, which I already raised, is the 470,770 learners that qualify for admission to either bachelor or diploma studies at higher education institution. In terms of the performance of progress learners, Honorable Chair, again, there's an improvement, 43% in 2022, and now we're on 45%. So besides the increase in numbers, we're also having an increase in percentage. This slide is also very interesting and very encouraging in the sense that of the 49,000 progress learners that wrote the exam, 22,000 passed, which is 45%, 3,147 obtained admission to bachelor's, 8,828 obtained admission to diploma studies, and 10,680 obtained admission to the highest certificate. The next slide is even more encouraging. This gives us the number of progress learners that scored distinctions in 2022 compared to 2023. And if you look at it, you're not looking incorrectly, but there are some subjects where we had over 1,000 distinctions coming from our progress learners. If you look at the number of distinctions in the case of physical science, 27, mathematics, 29 distinction. So these are learners that would have been languishing in grade 9 or grade 11, sorry, given an opportunity, have now been able to produce distinctions in their grade 12 year. Moving on to performance by quintiles. But before I look at the quintiles, this slide gives you an overview of the distribution of all schools in the different performance categories. Schools that are performing between 0 to 19.9, 20 to 39, 40 to 59, 60 to 79, 80 to 100. What is important is that if you look at the figure for 2023 on the bottom row, third last column, 4,493 of our schools are performing above 80%. This figure was 3,900 last year, and that has increased by almost 500 in 2023. So of the 6,800 schools, 4,400 are performing above 80%. We are concerned about schools that are performing below 20%. There are 15 of them. They have already been identified, and most of them are small and non-viable schools, which are being dealt with through our program of small and non-viable schools. Now, here comes the quintile distribution of schools, and I know it's a very busy table, but we could focus on the last 6 columns on my right. And here I want to look at schools in quintiles 1, 2, and 3, which are in brown, which are scoring above 80%. Now, in 2022, we had 2,492 schools from quintiles 1, 2, and 3 scoring above 80%. In 2023, that number has increased by 500 to 2,993 of schools in quintiles 1, 2, and 3 scoring above 80%. And if you look at quintiles 4 and 5, there are 998 schools scoring above 80%. So of the 4,400 schools scoring above 80%, 2,900 of them come from quintiles 1, 2, and 3. And I think if you look at the last column, also very encouraging, 316 of the schools coming from quintiles 1, 2, and 3 have scored exactly 100% compared to the 145 coming from quintiles 4 and 5. In this particular table, we look at number of learners, which is very much the same as the previous. The previous slide looked at schools. This is now translating schools into actual number of learners. So I'm not going to spend time on that particular slide. On this slide, Honorable Chair, very, very interesting again, because we're looking at quintiles and the contribution of quintiles 1, 2, and 3 to bachelor performance. Now, if you look at the bottom table, and if you look at 2023, we had 174,676 learners coming from quintiles 1, 2, and 3 that qualify for admission to bachelor studies. And that constitutes 65.3% of the total number of learners that attained admission to bachelor studies. The figure in quintile 4 and 5 is low, 92,000, but understandably because there are fewer learners or lesser learners coming from quintiles 4 and 5, and therefore one expects a higher number in quintiles 1, 2, and 3. But what is significant is that about 10 years ago, 80% of your bachelor passes came from quintiles 4 and 5, and only 20% came from quintiles 1, 2, and 3. So over the last few years, that situation has turned around, where 65% are coming from quintiles 1, 2, and 3, and 34.7% are coming from quintiles 4 and 5. I think much of what is here in terms of the lessons for the future is what I've covered, but I think the last bullet, Honorable Chair, is important in the sense that whatever we see in terms of the performance of quintiles 1, 2, and 3 is that the government's pro-poor policies are certainly working. Looking at performance by age, pretty much the trend that we've seen in previous years, that your 16, 17, and 18-year-olds are doing better than your 22-year-olds. But when you get to age 24, 25, 26, the curve begins to move in the other direction, where performance improves in terms of older learners. When you compare 2022 versus 2023, more learners in the 16, 17, and 18 category are now performing better in 2023. And here, when you compare male versus female, it's interesting that in terms of 18-year-olds, boys are doing better. Even in the 19, the 20, 21, when you get to age 22, boys and girls are performing more or less at the same level. But when you get to older ages, girls do better than boys. Moving on to the inclusive basket, which is certainly a very, very useful method of reporting on learner performance. Now, what we do in the inclusive basket, we take a set of 9 criteria and we look at these 9 criteria together. So it provides a more holistic, a more integrated indication of how the province is performing. And we take this down to the district. We take this down even to the school level in terms of looking at performance at the different level. And I'm going to spend just a few minutes on this particular table because it tells us some very, very interesting bits of information, which may be concealed if we just look at the percentage achieved. Now, I'll just take 2 of the criteria, and the one being maths participation. Now, where we have a green shading, it simply means that the province is performing above the national average. And if you look at Eastern Cape, and if you look at Mpumalanga, and as well as the other province, which I don't see here now, that are performing above the national average. But if you look at participation rate in the Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Northwest, they are in the red. And if you look at their participation, is below the 27% mark. And this is something we certainly need to improve moving forward. Because obviously, if these provinces perform better in maths, it's simply because they have a low maths participation. Then if we go to throughput, which is something we're monitoring very closely, again, we find that Eastern Cape has a high throughput. If you look at Mpumalanga has a high throughput, and Western Cape has a high throughput. Now, here again, we commend these provinces for the high throughput, but our concern lies with Free State, Northwest, Northern Cape, which has a low throughput. But our bigger concern would be provinces like Free State and Northwest that are doing well, but have a low throughput. Now, these two must balance up. And we wouldn't want it to be said that a province is doing well simply because the throughput is lower, which means that learners are being retained in lower grades. In the next few slides, we take each of those criteria and provide you with a graphical representation of how all the provinces are performing. And in the interest of time, Chair, I'm going to flip through these because I have dealt with them. But I think the important point to indicate, Honorable Chair, is that we provide this kind of data, not just at provincial level, district as well as school. So a school can look at its performance in terms of these 9 criteria and get to know better which are the areas that require performance. I think I've covered all of this. And just to say that the basket of criteria is certainly gaining traction. And we're hoping that this would become very soon the primary modality in terms of reporting. We are concerned about participation rate in mathematics, and that will be given attention. We will also extend to look at participation rate in other subjects like physical science and technical maths, to make sure that we continuously monitor participation versus performance. In terms of subject performance, Honorable Chair and members, this is our home languages. Our home languages are doing extremely well, except for the 2 home languages where there was a slight drop, nothing to be seriously concerned about. If we look at our first additional languages, also performing above the 99% in most subjects. And if we look at the key subjects, our gateway subjects, as we refer them to, again, improvement across most of the gateway subjects, except for maths literacy and business studies. In fact, overall, we had a drop in about 8 subjects, which we certainly will be working with very much more closely to make sure that in those subjects, there is an overall improvement. This is our first additional languages, and again, performance is above the 90%. In the case of our technology subject, again, we're seeing very good performance, but low numbers. So it simply means that our teachers that are there, the support material that we have is producing the desired output. We just need to now encourage more learners to enter these technology streams. District performance, very, very encouraging information. This is 2022. We had 42 districts performing above 80%, 29 districts between 70 and 79, and 4 districts between 60 and 69. Now look at how this picture has changed in 2023. Only 1 district performing below 70. 19 districts are now in the 70 to 79, and 55 in the 80% and above category. An increase of 13 more districts moving into the above 80% category. These are your top performing, the 10 top performing districts, which come from 3 provinces, KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and Free State. And KwaZulu-Natal has 4, and Free State and Gauteng has 3 each. These are our bottom performing districts, which we will monitor and work with very closely going into the new year. The important point, Honorable Chair, is that we're just not satisfied with districts performing above 80%. We're now going to probe further in terms of each of these districts and the schools in those districts that are performing above 80% to ensure that the subjects chosen are the appropriate subjects, that our schools are not going the route of the softer option, that the subjects will assist these learners in terms of entrance to university, the world of work, and the like. We are going to look at the other quality indicators of bachelor studies and distinction. Special needs education, we're doing very well. Last year, we had 78% of our learners passing. This year, we have 86% of learners. Even though we had a higher number of 5,288, 86%. Now, what is interesting, Honorable Chair, is that overall, our national pass rate is at 82.9. But the encouragement comes from the fact that 86% of our learners with special needs are meeting the requirements of the NSC. And we had 2,400 of them attaining admission to bachelor studies. And these are the lessons. And I think the improvement in the data management of learners with special needs is very encouraging. And I spoke about the 2,491 learners from our special needs education that obtained bachelors. And we must continue to encourage more learners to participate in the NSC. But also, I think as a department, we need to provide more professionals at district level that can identify these learners, determine what the appropriate support is so that they can write the NSC exam. Distinctions, as much as we're focusing on the lower end, we also focus on the top end. And this slide gives you an indication of provinces that are doing well in terms of their distinction performance. KZN at 8.3%, followed by Western Cape with 5.6%. And then comes the 4.6% in the case of Gauteng. These are the distinctions across the key subjects comparing 2022 and 2023, and you are able to see which subjects are producing more distinctions than the others. In terms of social grants, we compare the overall performance, but also the performance of inactive versus active. Here again, learners with social grants, 81.26% of them attained the NSC, which translates into 441,871 candidates. Now, looking at the active versus the inactive managed to achieve an 87%, higher than the inactive, which is 75%. So there is some preliminary indication that the status difference between these two groups is possibly contributing, but obviously we don't want to make any kind of early conclusions. It certainly needs further investigation. Oh, my apologies. That was 2022. This is 2023, 89.2 versus 78.62 in terms of active versus inactive. And this gives you a breakdown in terms of our social grant learners, in terms of bachelor's, diplomas, higher certificate, and the straight NSC. In terms of correctional services, last year they scored a 95.91% with 171 learners writing. This year we had 147 learners, a slight drop in their performance to 93.2%. These are the full-time learners at correctional facilities, and these are the learners who are at part-time facilities not doing as well as the full-time facilities. Our part-time candidates, we look at their performance in terms of subjects, not as good as we would like it to be. Performance has dropped, which is indicated by the red. So we need to do more work in terms of our second chance program to support these learners so that they can perform just as well as their full-time counterparts. In the last few slides, Honorable Chair, we look at the summary of achievements, and I'm not going to go through them. I spoke about the social justice principles. We now take the metric data and look at it in terms of each of these social justice principles. And in each of these categories, we can confidently say that we are improving. And in the interest of time, I will skip through all of them. Umalusi, Honorable Chair, is going to raise what they refer to as directives, which we take very seriously. And a directive simply means that we need to deal with them. And we as a department has a five-pronged approach in terms of how we deal with these directives. And it's part of our improvement plan, which we continuously update. And what we've done in the remaining slides is to take each, or rather take the most significant directives and show how we've already either have an intervention strategy or we will be revising and strengthening our intervention strategy so that we can do justice, so that when we get back to Umalusi, these directives would be attended to. This talks about our examiners, and I think here there are some things, excuse me, that we can quite easily deal with, particularly the technical aspects of question papers, and we will certainly be giving attention to that in 2024. We are seriously concerned about errors in question papers, and we are certainly going to be pulling up our socks and doing whatever it is possible to present our learners with error-free question papers. School-based assessment is still an area of concern, particularly in terms of moderation, and moderation not just in terms of the school-based assessment, but also in terms of the PAT and the oral. There would be more rigorous internal moderation mechanisms, And we are planning a workshop which will be targeting school-based assessment. Exam administration, there has been appointments in terms of vacancies, but our provinces, together with DBE, has not moved far enough. But through HEDCOM and CM, we'll continue to monitor and report to Umalusi regarding the filling of vacant posts. The issue of storage points and making sure that all of them comply with the criteria, that is also an area that we're working very closely with. We will continue to work with state security in terms of them expediting the vetting of examination staff and also getting them to carry out an audit of wherever a question paper will be stored. Marking, I think we're doing relatively well, but we've taken note of the pre-marking concerns raised by Umalusi and the non-compliance in that area so that we could improve our marking standardization meetings, improving on our reserve list, compliance with occupational health and safety, the 1:5 ratio, which is being met across most provinces, but there are a few provinces in a few subjects where there's non-compliance, and that is something we need to deal with. And then finally, certification is an area that we prioritize, making sure that Umalusi receives accurate data, that learners receives their certificate on time, and continuous monitoring, particularly assisting Umalusi with regard to fraudulent certificates that are making their way into the system. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I think the data that we have presented confirms the tenacity and resilience of this class. And credit must go to our educators and parents, and together the Portfolio Committee and all other forums and support groups that have supported parents and learners during this time. We'll continue with this deeper analysis, and obviously it calls for a doubling of our efforts to make sure that the class of 2024 is supported or fully supported in their final year of schooling. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the time, and sorry for the long presentation.
Dr. Rakometso, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are waiting for Dr. Polia to remove his slides so that he can upload ours. Thank you very much, Dr. Polia. Slideshow. At the bottom. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm here with the colleagues from Umalusi, and I'm going to proceed with the presentation on our side. And I'm going to be looking at the following points that appear under our Vic is not moving. The points that appear under the presentation outline. The presentation outline is going something like this. Let me just see, hold on a bit. The slides are moving now. Thank you. It will be the Umalusi mandate and regulatory framework. It will be the framework for quality assurance. It will be the quality assurance processes undertaken in 2023, scope and of the 2023 quality assurance of assessment, areas of improvement, directives for compliance and improvement, recurring areas of non-compliance, standardization and resulting challenges, recommendations, and then we will conclude. We'll conclude. Okay. Chairperson, we've got the directive, the regulatory framework where we derive our mandate. Umalusi derives its mandate for quality assurance of assessment from two pieces of legislation, namely the National Qualifications Framework Act 67 of 2008. In particular, sections 27H and 27I, and the General and Further Education and Training Quality Assurance Act as amended in 2008. There we are quoting section 17A, and we state as follows, that the council has to perform the external moderation of assessment of all assessment bodies and education institutions, that the council may adjust raw marks during the standardization process, and that the council must, with the concurrence of the Director General, and after consultation with the relevant assessment body or education institution, approve the publication of results of learners if the council is satisfied that the assessment body or education institution has satisfied the conditions that warrant such an approval. Having said that, we look at the framework for quality assurance of assessment, and we'll look at the following areas that we have gone through so that learners ultimately can get their certificates that lead to the awarding of the qualification. We moderate the examination question papers. We moderate the practical assessment tasks. We moderate common assessment tasks in the case of live orientation. We monitor and moderate school-based assessment. We audit the state of readiness to conduct examinations, and we also audit the appointed markers. We monitor the conduct, administration, and management of assessment and examinations processes, and then we standardize marking guidelines. We monitor and verify marking. We manage concessions and examinations irregularities, and we also standardize assessment outcomes. Thereafter, council also approves the release of the results. Chairperson, I'm going to take you through the slides that shows the different bodies that offer the National Senior Certificate. The figures are there from 2021, 2021, 2022, and 2023, with the DBE having the biggest number, 898,520, and the IB 15,186, Sakai 5,826. I don't want to pitch my tent on that, Chair. What I want to emphasize is that the National Senior Certificate is offered by those three bodies. There's no IEB qualification, as members of the public and some people in the media usually say. All of them offer the NSC that is supported or informed by the National Curriculum Statement that the Minister has approved. And all of them, their subjects are externally moderated by Umalusi, and in fact, all of their results are also standardized by the same Assessment Standards Committee. So it is a misconception to say the IEB is a qualification on its own. The IEB is a body. I wanted to just emphasize that. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Pokwani to do the presentation further. The doctor.
Thank you, CEO. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity and allow me to observe all protocols. As I'm going to be providing feedback on the quality assurance of assessment processes undertaken in 2023, I'm going to be talking to the scope, and I'll confine feedback to the areas of improvement. I'll also delve into the directives for compliance and improvement. Then I'll also highlight the recurring areas of non-compliance. The scope In terms of the scope, Umalusi moderated and approved 146 question papers for these examinations. And we also went into the question bank to retrieve 16 question papers for 6 subjects. These question papers, ladies and gentlemen, were approved in the previous cycles, but were never used. So they meet all the requirements. In as far as SBA moderation is concerned, we conducted it in 2 phases. Phase 1, we sampled 11 subjects, and for phase 2, we sampled 9 subjects across the 9 provincial education departments. We also conducted the state of readiness on the DBE to conduct the November 2023 examinations, and we reported on the process successfully on the 13th of October 2023. We also monitored the writing. As we were doing that, we did it in 275 examination centers. We also monitored marking in 21 marking centers. In as far as marking guidelines standardization is concerned, we participated in 56 in meetings that approved question papers and marking guidelines for 135 question papers. So after each and every meeting, ladies and gentlemen, Umalusi would approve and sign off the marking guidelines. And these question papers would be used for marking of the candidate scripts. We also verified the marking of 37 question papers across the 9 PEDs. We also standardized the results of candidates for 66 subjects, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of irregularities, all irregularities that were identified were managed in accordance with the regulations pertaining to the conduct, administration, and management of the National Senior Certificate Examinations by the Provincial Examination Irregularities Committees and ratified by the National Examinations Irregularities Committee. Let me just indicate that after we conducted the processes, we documented all the findings and packaged them in what we call the QAA report, and this report was shared with the DBE. As you have seen, honorable members, the directives that were issued already, there are plans by the DBE to actually address them. I indicated that as I'm providing feedback, I'm going to hone on to the areas of improvement. For question paper moderation, there were no noticeable areas of improvement. However, there were directives that were issued for compliance and improvement. So here we ask the DBE, ladies and gentlemen, to actually provide training to the examination panels in the areas indicated there. Technical details, text selection types, and quality of question papers, language and bias, accuracy and reliability of marking guidelines, and also on the overall impression. The recurrent areas of non-compliance identified here were the recurring low performance levels in the 5 criteria that I alluded to earlier on. I'm not going to go through them. And we are also worried by the inability of the examining panels to attain 100% compliance with the criteria for internal moderation, content coverage, cognitive skills, conformity with question papers, and predictability. The next process that I'm going to indulge the meeting on, it's on the moderation of SBA, PET, and oral assessment. I already indicated that we quality assured SBAs in 2 phases. The first phase, we focused on the quality and standard of assessment tasks. Then the second phase, we also went beyond that and addressed other issues that relate to marking, internal moderation, and so forth. So we actually checked whether the assessment tasks are able to assess the skills, knowledge, attitudes as indicated in the CAPS. For phase 1, those are the subjects that were sampled for moderation. Phase 2, the subjects are also indicated. Now, this slide, ladies and gentlemen, indicate the distribution of subjects that we sampled for moderation per PET. As you can see, on average, we sampled 4 subjects per PET. But there are fluctuations here and there, ladies and gentlemen. But otherwise, on average, it's 4 subjects per PET. In terms of the areas of improvement, we noted useful comments that were provided by the provincial and national moderators. Those were reflected in the teacher files. And we also saw constructive feedback provided by provincial moderators in the Eastern Cape in economics. We also observed that marking was of good quality in the Northwest in mathematics. All markers across the board in this province were able to appropriately apply consistent accuracy when they were marking. Directives for compliance issued. DBE must ensure that internal moderation processes are strengthened. Teachers are upskilled on moderation practices solely to improve the implementation of the SBA processes. This was a directive that was issued last year, and we are worried that it's recurring. DBE must ensure that schools adhere to subject policies and procedures and implement the current programs of assessment in all subjects. Recurrent areas of non-compliance observed were with regard to the administration of assessment tasks, which were not COPS compliant. And there's also poor quality of internal moderation or lack thereof in other provinces and in some subjects. The other process that I'm going to be touching on is the state of readiness. Okay. Move back.
Moving back, let me assist you. Our apologies, Chair. You want to move to slide number?
Slide number on the state of readiness. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, state of readiness, ladies and gentlemen, the areas of improvement noted were the strategy employed by the Western Cape to mitigate the shortage of markers. So to mitigate this, they appointed markers per subject as opposed to appointing them per paper. And then the other area of improvement is the appointment of a state security agency by the DBE to audit the national key files where records and papers were printed and stored. The directives for compliance issued in respect of this quality assurance process. DBE must ensure that sustainable and achievable mitigating strategies to address staff shortages are in place. We have seen this is a long-standing challenge that the DBE needs to deal with. I'm happy that Dr. Polia pointed it out and indicated that there are systems in place to ensure that those are addressed. DBE must ensure that they set clear time frames for all PEDs to strengthen security in the storage point. And also this issue was addressed, I want to believe, in the presentation. It was covered in the presentation made by Dr. Polia. DBE must ensure that a clearly defined contract management solution is set between the DBE and the State Security Agency to accelerate the vetting of staff involved in the handling of question papers across the 9 provinces. Recurrent areas of non-compliance noted. It's the inadequate provision of national information relating to the granting of examination question papers. Normally, this information is not provided to Umalusi. When it is, it's not provided for all PEDs. So we are worried. We want to know and make sure that those candidates that can benefit from this are reached. The other area is there's notable shortage of staff at the examination and assessment directorate across provincial and district levels. And we are also worried about the slow progress of the vetting of staff, especially those that handle live question papers at provincial printing points. In as far as the audit of appointed markers is concerned, the only area of improvement we noted was in the submission of minutes of the marking selection committees. These are very key, ladies and gentlemen, because they give us an idea in terms of how certain decisions were arrived at, more especially during the selection process. Directives for compliance and improvement issued in respect of this quality assurance. DBE must ensure that PEDs adhere to the ratio stipulated for the appointment of senior markers to markers, deputy chief markers to markers. And DBE must also ensure that there's compliance to the requirement of appointment of 15% of the novice markers across the board. And in cases where there are deviations, PEDs should, without fail, request the deviation from the Director General or the HOD as per the requirements of PEM. And we urge the DBE to ensure that the PEDs adhere to the threshold of a minimum of 3 years as experience as an educator in the specific field or in the related area, along with 2 years of teaching or curriculum-related experience within the last 5 years at grade 12 level in the respective subject. This would be for appointing markers for all subjects. It's no longer moving. Okay, the recurrent area of non-compliance is that one alluded to earlier on of the adherence to the ratio of 1:1 of appointment of senior markers to markers and deputy chief markers to senior markers. The next process that I'm going to be dealing with is the monitoring of writing of examination. The area of improvement observed here was the use of scanners to detect cell phones and any metal-related materials from candidates before they could enter the examination rooms. Directives for compliance issued is with respect to the invigilation teams. Invigilation teams should be continuously evaluated to strengthen the implementation of Regulation 30 and Annexure I, as provided for in the regulations pertaining to the conduct, administration, and management of the NSC examination. Regulation 30 and Annexure I provides the duties of chief invigilators and invigilators. They indicate, the contraventions that there may be and the actions that there should be taken in an event a candidate or an official contravenes any of the policy prescripts indicated in the regulations. DBE must also ensure that sustainable continuous innovation security measures are used to make sure that an irregularity-free examination is conducted. Areas of recurrent non-compliance, inconsistencies in the execution of roles and responsibilities prescribed for invigilators. We are worried about the pockets of behavioral offenses and the acts of dishonesty that occur during writing. Here we are referring to the use of unauthorized material script notes and also the reported cases of copying. In terms of the marking guidelines standardization, areas of improvement indicated there or noted were the improvement in the pre-marking of 20 scripts requirement by the internal moderators and also by chief markers. And we have seen 100% compliance in the Northern Cape with this pre-marking requirement in 2023. So it's encouraged. Directives for compliance and improvement. The pre-marking quota should be, observed across provinces, and also the provincial marking reports should be submitted timelessly. These reports are important, ladies and gentlemen, as they set the tone for the marking guidelines standardization. We also urge the DBE to ensure that the PEDs examination officials do not interfere with the professional duties during the marking guidelines standardization meetings. Area of non-compliance, that is the current year, we indicated that even though there seemed to be an improvement in terms of adhering to the pre-marking requirement quota, but there are provinces where this is not met. Internal moderators and chief markers mark less than the required quota. So we urge you to make sure that this is complied with fully across the board. In as far as monitoring of marking is concerned, the only area of improvement I've already alluded, it is the fact that the Western Cape Department of Education adopted a strategy, in which case a pool of appointed markers or a pool of markers are appointed per subject, and they are used as and when it is required. We have seen this in history and also in English home language. Directives for compliance and improvement. DBE must ensure that there's sufficient supply of water at the marking centers and boarding facilities, and also security personnel is trained in terms of how to manage security at the entrances of the marking centers. The current area of non-compliance here is just the inconsistencies that we observe when access control at the marking centers. So we actually want to urge you to actually make sure that those firms are security firms are brought to they are trained sufficiently so. In as far as verification of marking, the areas of improvement noted, we have seen a marked improvement in the application of the marking guidelines during marking, and we have also saw an improvement at the levels of moderation across marking centers. We have seen evidence of marking across, evidence of internal moderation across levels. Directives for compliance, we are worried about the non-compliance of the ratio of 1:5 for appointment of deputy chief markers to senior markers. So it should be adhered to across the board. And we are also worried about the quality of marking in some instances and that of internal moderation across question papers. Areas of recurring areas of non-compliance, it's with regard to the compliance to the ratio of 1:5 of appointment of deputy chief markers to senior markers, and the poor quality of marking and internal moderation, especially in the South African Sign Language or Home Language Paper 1, Paper 2, and Paper 3. I'll pause and hand over to the CEO to finish the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pokwani. I'm going to be talking to standardization and resulting. And first of all, what is standardization? Standardization is defined as a process used to eliminate the effect of factors other than the learner's knowledge, abilities, aptitude on their performance. Standardization is informed by educational principles and nothing else. That's what informs standardization. It is intended to ensure that learners are not advantaged or disadvantaged by factors other than their knowledge of the subject, abilities, and aptitude, and to achieve comparability and consistency of the results from one year to the next. These are the standardization principles, and I'm going to go through them quickly. No adjustment should exceed 10% of the historical average in either direction, either upwards or downwards. If the distribution of raw marks is below or above the historical average, the marks may be adjusted either way, subject to limitations. Either way means upwards or downwards. In the case of an individual candidate, the adjustment effective should not exceed half of the raw marks obtained by the candidate. Standardization happens after considering qualitative and quantitative reports, and thereafter Umalusi formulates positions on each subject. This is done continuously in a non-iterative manner. Very important to note. Continuing to indicate which bodies we standardize. Very important to note, we don't only standardize the results of the Department of Basic Education. This is despite the fact that the members of the public appear to be focusing only on the DBE NSC. We standardize the results of the Department of Higher Education and Training. Those qualifications are the National Certificate Vocational, General Education and Training, and the NATED subjects. We standardize the results of the IEP, Independent Examinations Board. Those are the NSC and the General Education and Training Certificate. Same with Sakai, South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute. We standardize their two qualifications that are similar to those of the IEP. So it is very important to note that we don't only standardize the DBE. Further on, here we've got a standardization decision table over the years from 2019 to 2023, very important. Now it shows the number of instructional offerings that were standardized from 2019 to 2023. We had 66 subjects, 49 subjects were adjusted to raw mark. They were left at raw mark. And that constitutes 74.2% of the overall subjects. 6 mainly upwards, that constitutes 9.1%. And 11 mainly downwards, and that constitutes 16.7%. Now, we note that in this examination, serious challenges, which we want to bring to the attention of the House. Honorable members, one challenge that we experience in this is the printing errors and errors in question papers. We have discussed with the department that they have to develop strategies to correct this anomaly. And however, we resolve this for the candidates so that they are not disadvantaged. During the marking guideline meetings in preparation for standardization, these errors were mitigated through the correction of the marking guideline in preparation for marking. The recurring problem of group copy, the affected candidates were blocked pending the DBE investigations because we want an examinations that has integrity. So if people get involved in group copying, we say we cannot release their results. Loss of candidate scripts that could not be traced. We used the missing script principle here with the DBE applying for concessions from Umalusi so that a learner would have written the examination and signed in the register, and the script would have been lost by an official in the value chain. So we cannot allow the students to suffer as a result. Other challenges, it is the limited budget that we have that we use to quality assure these examinations. We can only do a very small sample size. My worry is that we make very serious pronouncements based on a small sample, and these are issues that affect the whole nation. If you look from Cape Town to Messina, from Springbok to Richards Bay, we cover the whole country. That is our footprint, and our budget is very small, with overstretched staff, of course, who remain committed to the cause. Also, we have experienced a lot of complaints from the clients of the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute, Sakai. Umalusi received a number of complaints from learners who wrote the Sakai November 2023 NSC examinations and their parents. The complaints were, amongst others, the non-correlation of SBA and examinations marks. So I need to explain something there, that in some instances, the teachers who mark SBA are lenient, so that the candidates ultimately score very high marks in SBA as opposed to examination marks. And the computer is able to detect anomalies related to the huge variance between the SBA and the examination mark, and it does adjustments, but those adjustments are only happening up to a particular threshold. If the variance is too high and it goes beyond that threshold, the SBA mark is thrown off and the examination marks are scaled up to constitute the total. That could be the case with the Sakai. We are still investigating with the officials at Sakai, and we'll be getting a report from Sakai soon. All the issues that have been raised by the parents are receiving attention from Sakai. Chairperson, I'm going to read quickly the approval statement of council, and I'm going to read it verbatim. Having studied all the evidence presented, the Executive Committee EXCO of Umalusi Council concluded that the examinations were administered largely in accordance with the regulations pertaining to the conduct, administration, and management of the National Senior Certificate examinations. The irregularities identified during the writing and marking of the examinations were not systemic and therefore did not compromise the overall credibility and integrity of the November 2023 National Senior Certificate examinations administered by the Department of Basic Education's DBE. The Executive Committee of Council therefore approves the release of the DBE November 2023 NSC examination results. Now, in conclusion, in respect of the irregularities identified, the DBE is required to block the results of candidates implicated in irregularities, including candidates who are implicated in the alleged acts of dishonesty pending the outcome of the DBE investigations and verification by Umalusi. Umalusi is concerned about the recurring instances of printing and packaging errors in question papers and the ongoing practice of group copying. The DBE is required to address the directives for compliance and improvement highlighted in the Quality Assurance of Assessment report and submit an improvement plan by 15 March 2024. The Executive Committee of Council commends the DBE for conducting a successful examination on such a large scale. This pronouncement was made at the approval meeting. Subsequent to that, the DBE got a letter specifying same, and we expect a report from them by the 15th of March 2024. As we conclude, Chairperson, I want to conclude by expressing our sincere thanks and appreciation to the Minister of Basic Education, Me'enji Motshekga, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Blakely Nzimande, and the portfolio committees on basic education and of higher education, science and innovation, for entrusting us with the responsibility to serve the country as well as their unwavering support and guidance to Umalusi. Directors General Matanzima Mweli and Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, who support the work of Umalusi, and we draw a lot of strength and inspiration from them. Chairperson, I don't want to leave out my chairperson of council and council members and the deputy chairperson of council, Professor Musibi, who's in the meeting. Professor Musibi is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The members of council are hardworking and they are continuously giving guidance to Umalusi. On that note, I want to thank the members for listening to our presentation, and I provide our contact details on the screen. On that note, Chairperson, I want to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Committee, and thank you to Dr. Polia as well for the presentation. I am seeing the end of Honorable Nodata, Honorable Murwatsetla. In that order.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Can I just check, Chair, am I audible?
Yes.
Right. Again, I think we're also tired of saying compliments of the new year, but compliments of the new year to everyone. And thank you so much for the presentations from the department as well as from Umalusi. And Chair, we note your remarks, and we say we're looking forward to President Ramaphosa's last SONA in the country, and maybe also Minister Mujega's, maybe also Minister Mujega's last announcement of results. But that's just on a lighter note. Look, Chair, I think we you know, and I think for the first time in a while, I want to appreciate Dr. Polier's presentation today, because it spoke to a lot of issues that I had questions on, and it had a lot of honesty in it. And I think some of the questions that I was already going to pose, were indirectly answered. But I do want to make pointers on a few things, because the reason why we sit in this committee as representatives of the people is that we are very honest and robust with the departments that we deal with and the entities that we deal with. So that when you also do your discussions, your strategic planning, your analysis, and what interventions you need to make, you take into consideration our inputs as this oversight body. And there's quite a few points I would like to make on this very lengthy presentation that you did make, which was also very informative, as much as we've seen it, at the technical report briefing by the DG. The first one is that we do have a massive problem in terms of either a high dropout / failure rate in grade 10 specifically, that results in a poor throughput rate in matric, that translates to a low real matric pass rate that I always refer to. And I think sometimes this is misconstrued for I don't know what. But the point that we always try to look at is whether do we have enough retention between grade 10 and matric, because learners that enter grade 10 have an intention of completing matric. And if we've got very high numbers of losing learners between that gap and have a very low throughput rate, between that particular phase of study, we need to also look at how do we need to mitigate and make the necessary interventions. So when we refer sometimes to the real matric pass rate, it's simply because there's such a low throughput rate between grade 10 and matric, either because there's high dropouts or a massive failure rate. But let me take it further to you, Dr. Polia. There's about 187,484 learners that either dropped out or failed between grade 11 and 12 for this cohort of learners that you're presenting to us. And I do think that the department needs to do an analysis of two things for us. Besides the different phases of grade 3 and 4 that you say you'll do research as to what is the problem, grade 3 and 4, 7 and 8, 11 and 12 is also a very important one. But I want to link that with a grade 10 high failure rate. Because for us to be able to look at where the problem is, do learners go to TVET, when they fail at grade 10? Because it's a very high failure rate. In Northwest, as an example, if you look at the statistics in Northwest, they are one of the provinces that have got a very high either failure or dropout rate between grade 10 and matric. And we were recently there now. And you find that, they've got improved outcomes, yet, the learners that needed to make it to matric are quite less. And I just wanted to check whether the department has taken into consideration, as part of the analysis, their strategies, their plans to mitigate the challenges of dropouts or high failure rate between grade 10 and grade 12. The issue from grade 1 to matric, I mean, is a different story. We can have a conversation about that. But the key interest is those learners that intend to complete matric. So that would be the first point that I would like to raise, because it's a massive concern for us. The second issue is around quantity versus quality outcomes. And the reason why I raise this is because currently I'm still in basic education. I spent 8 years in higher education, and I still get queries of parents, of students and learners that say, look, I got a bachelor's pass, but I cannot access a course in an institution of higher learning. This is despite capacity issues from higher education. It's about the quality of outcomes. You find that there is 40% of this cohort of learners that have achieved a bachelor's pass as per your criteria that you presented to us, meaning that you'll get four subjects at 50%, 2 subjects at 40%, or 1 subject at 40%, or 2 subjects at 30%. But the criteria that you've just given us now, the breakdown of how do you get a bachelor's pass. And I just wanted to check from the department, and maybe Umalusi can also assist here. The criteria that we set as a pass mark or percentage with the different 7 subjects that we have to acquire a bachelor's pass, how does that fare compared to other countries, either developing countries or countries that participate in the Pearls tests or the tests that we participate in terms of acquiring a bachelor's pass? Because we're finding a situation that learners that acquire bachelor passes at the lower end of the scale, which is majority of the learners, by the way, don't have access to an institution of higher learning, let alone like a bachelor's course, in many instances, even a diploma's course. Because I mean, spending a lot of years in higher education, a child will have 28 points, for example, and they calculate these points based on the 7 subjects and the passes in which a child has received for the 7 subjects. And they find that they don't qualify, for example, because they say, well, you got 30% for this particular subject, and therefore our requirement is 50% or 40%. Therefore, you don't qualify for this particular course. Yet we give this hope that if you get a bachelor's pass, you will access a university or an institution of higher learning that will give you that bachelor's qualification that you can study. And I do think that it is a big problem, because we have this thing that says 82.9% as a pass rate. 40% of those children have a bachelor's pass based on this criteria, but only 13% or 13 to 16% of them will actually access a university, not because of capacity, but because of the quality of outcomes. And I do think it's something that we need to look at. We need to have a conversation maybe about, the quality of pass for a bachelor's pass, the criteria that we use. Are we supposed to up maybe 1 subject to say, well, let's have 5 subjects at 50%, let's have 1 subject at 40% and 1 subject at 30%. What do we need to do for us to make sure that the quality of pass will translate to a child actually getting a bachelor's and accessing an institution of higher learning? Where is the problem there? Despite the capacity issues, because that's a secondary issue. But the main issue for me is the quality of outcomes. And the problem with that is that it gives a perception that we are promoting quantity over quality. Now let's look at the second category of diploma students, that qualify for diploma qualifications. How many comprehensive universities do we have in South Africa that offer a diploma qualification? And how many of those learners are actually going to access an institution of higher learning? Let's go to TVET colleges if they opt to go a TVET college route to acquire some form of skill and qualification. Only 40% of learners from TVET colleges actually get absorbed in the market. So we need to have a very tight link between what we do in basic education and higher education, so that we prepare the learners that we produce for the future world of work, to participate in the economy and ultimately live prosperous lives. Otherwise, what we're doing was simply pushing them to unemployment queues. And if we're being honest with each other, the quality of outcomes is a massive problem. The third point I would like to make is that there's a very massive failure rate in maths and science. Despite the fact that the participation is very low, even the failure rate remains to be very high. And is there any investigation or research the department has done to say, look, is the problem here the quality of teachers we have in the classroom, does this PPM Peter, Mocker model work for us, to allocate teaching for children? What is the problem exactly for maths and science in the country? And how do we best intervene to make sure that learners actually have higher quality passes? So, I mean, again, I'll make the example of Northwest. I mean, the failure rate, the pass rate of maths and science is sitting at about 36 or 37%. So it's really, it's bad, it's terrible. And it's two subjects that remain a thorn. And don't get me wrong, there is an improvement in the system. There is a stabilization in the system, as the minister said, but we still remain with these challenges of quality and quality outcomes. And do we have research on these two critical subjects? And what is it that the Western Cape is doing well for physical maths and science, to get distinctions despite a low retention rate? What is it that the Eastern Cape is doing? What is it that Mpumalanga is doing in terms of those retention rates to get it right? Because they are seemingly getting it right for some of these things. And we then have to learn from those lessons and advise other provinces. Do we have to develop a national strategy based on that? So if you can maybe give an indication of whether there has been any research in terms of the low quality passing of maths and science. I mean, 37% of these learners failed at maths completely, in these examinations, despite an improvement of those that got beyond 60% and so on. But like a large number of them have failed it completely. And this is despite, a low, participation rate and so on. So it will be interesting to hear your inputs in terms of that. And then I just wanted to also ask very specific questions to DBE as to, what measures have the department put in place to stop learners being held back or coerced to drop out due to fears that their failure would influence the matric pass rate of individual schools or provinces in this instance, which results in a low retention for particular provinces? And you have spoken about it, Dr. Polia. I mean, the province that gets the highest matric pass rate, which is the Free State, has grade 8s and grade 10s failing at almost 40%, almost half of them don't make it, and that's a massive concern for us. And I've raised this with, the late, MEC Mahwe, may his soul rest in peace. And one of the inputs to me, I mean, commending the province, and I was saying they were doing extremely well. We did oversight that the quality of teaching was amazing. And I said to him, but the alarming thing for me personally is, how do you lose half of your children before they enter the matric examination room? And have the department put measures in place to look at issues where learners are forced to either fail or drop out because they may have implications for a particular school or a particular province? How often does the department engage with the Department of Higher Education on how many students actually graduate their courses within the designated amount of time allocated to that particular course, so that we can also look at the success of these learners that get bachelor passes and actually access institutions of higher learning? And then, although it does not form part of this report, I just wanted to check whether the department, whether they're making an intervention on what I've raised now, of a high matric pass rate in the Free State with a high failure rate of grade 8s and 10s in that particular province. And it'll be interesting to see what outcomes of that research shows us. And then, has there been an outcome in the investigation of the group cheating? This would apply both to DBE and Umalusi in this instance. And I mean, I think for DBE, for me, those are just some of the inputs and the comments and the questions that I do have for you. And just note that the high concerns, again, around high dropouts / failure rates, the quality of outcomes in the system that we have, and whether we should not be reviewing the criteria that we set for learners to get a bachelor's, a diploma, and so on, so that we make sure that we set them up for success. So just to recap on that. Then going to Umalusi. Umalusi, normally I don't necessarily have questions for you or comments, but today I've got 2 bones to pick with you. And I need very firm responses on this. The first one is that there's a problem or issues with Sakai. I mean, I've been receiving so many emails and WhatsApp messages and calls from parents that have taken their learners through the Sakai process, which is also, responsible for examinations, and you have an oversight responsibility to approve or do quality checking for those particular learners. And I just wanted to check whether have you received the issues that have been raised by the parents in, for those particular children. Because one of the concerns is that, thousands of learners or students and parents have complained that the final marks received by Sakai differ significantly from the students' marks from term 1 to 3, in that they are much lower. The second issue is that the calculation of the final marks released by Sakai has come into question, and Sakai is apparently refusing to provide parents and teachers with an explanation as to how the final marks were calculated. The third issue is that students and parents are only able to view scripts in Pretoria or Tshwane in this instance after they have been remarked, which comes with a fee, excess of 500 Rand. And I just wanted to check how true this is and how does that, assist or apply, to people that are struggling. Students and parents are not provided with copies of the examinations or memos containing the answers when viewing the scripts. So how do they ascertain, those particular outcomes? And no other assessment body discards the school-based school-based assessment marks. Yet students assessed by Sakai are at a grave disadvantage. So I just wanted to check with you, Umalusi, whether have you received these issues, and requesting through you, Chairperson, that as a portfolio committee, we get a report from Umalusi as to the interventions that they have made with the issues that have been raised by teachers, parents, and students, in the Sakai group, in this instance, so that we can know that those issues are being resolved. Because I know that these issues have been raised through you. So I just wanted to get your report on that. So that's the first bone I would like to pick with you, Umalusi. The second bone that I would like to pick with you is the issue around releasing of matric results. And the department can also chip in here. Yes, we want to make sure that the quality of outcome, the quality of results that we released are fair, they are just, and they're a true reflection of what has transpired. But is there no way in which, Minister, and I mean the chair or the CEO of Umalusi, we can adjust timelines to make sure that the release of the results, are as per normal in previous years? I mean, I remember when I had to receive my matric results, it was on the 6th of January. And it gave me enough time to be able to prepare to, if I didn't do the necessary applications, for university or, for an institution of higher learning, the preparations of doing that, making sure that we limit the anxiety of learners and so on. Is there a possibility of going back to that particular norm? Because it obviously is an issue that has been raised. And I know that, there is a reasoning for it. But at the end of the day, it does have implications for learners and students and parents that try to prepare for further education or what, a child does with their future. I mean, this year, for example, matric results were released a day after schools reopened, and, a learner in matric that may have not necessarily done well and may want to do or go back to school, and not join maybe the second chance program or other programs, may have been denied that particular opportunity. So I just wanted to check with you whether that can be a review that has been done. And then the last question that I have, for Umalusi is, what are the reasons and the consequences for the 3 provinces who did not submit minutes, for their marker selection committees? And whether the Department of Basic Education has made the necessary interventions in terms of the ratio of senior markers and deputy markers, as you have raised with them. And just to conclude, Chair, from the department, have you taken on board the recommendations that have been made by Umalusi in all the different components that they have made? And could you maybe possibly give us an updated report on those particular issues? I'm very sorry for being long, Chair, but I do think that the presentations were also very long, and some of these comments and questions do warrant some responses. Again, thank you so much for for the presentation, and understand that the issues that we do raise, we raise because we want the best quality education for a child born in Tsolo to be the same as a child that lives in Mhlanga. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Principal.
Studio. Many times I become the victim of not being audible. Can you hear me? Chair,
And
can you?
better be fast.
Thank you very much. Of recent, let me start right away by saying thank you for the opportunity, and let me also greet all and sundry on this all-important platform, Department of Basic Education Portfolio Committee. Of recent, Chair, I think I admire you because of your patience and the generosity. Honorable Nodada has almost counted up to 25 minutes and you gave him that opportunity. I may not even take a quarter of that, but I thank you for your generosity and patience. Chair, let me start right away by saying, man, we are one Honorable Nodada. They normally would say, don't start the war that you cannot fix. And you talk about the minister, you talk about the president. Both the president and the minister are surely coming back. And you have to live and where possible die with that. This is not on a lighter note, it's on a heavy note. Well, Chair, let me say welcome. We start by welcoming and appreciating this well-oiled presentation by both Umalusi and DBE of the outcomes of the 2023 NSC examinations. This is a work well done. I must start right away by saying so. In life, if you want to live well, you must learn to give credit where credit is due. And that's exactly going to be my starting point. Credit chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, Mama Bingo, should be given to the wonderful work done by team Basic Education and all stakeholders involved in education. It is normally said, education is a societal matter. There are a number of stakeholders which got involved to bring us where we are. But however, of importance, credit chairperson should be given to Umalusi for their sterling job that they continue to do on the quality assurance of our metric performance. You see, why am I saying this, Chair, is because this is, in a way, limiting unnecessary criticisms that would keep on coming our way, that our results or performance is of lower quality. But the job, which can also be seen by Honorable Nodada with regard to the good work done by Umalusi, is something to take home. I must further indicate that a plus in this presentation should be given to what the minister has pointed out in a political overview at the beginning of the presentation. That is the moment when she talks about that the system has become or showed all signs of being consistent with an upward performance. Hence, we can talk about the stability in the system as a whole. It is against this background, Honorable Chair, that we want to commend and congratulate both Umalusi and Team Basic Education, DG Mweli and Dr. Agomez, for keeping this Titanic afloat despite a number of icebergs that we often come across. The following are some of the few observations that I've made from the presentation, Honorable Chairperson. The significant number of bachelor performance that came from quintile 4 and quintile 5. This tells us a story to take home, a big story to take home, that the government's investment in our poor communities is adding up. Our long and anticipated dream for equal and quality public education is finally paying dividends. With all this said and done, Honorable Chairperson, Mama Bingo, one can but only sum everything up in 2 lines, and at the end of which I'll make and put my full stop. Number 1, that DBE, you are on course. Keep it up. And number 2, DBE, go and pass this. Minister Njimotseka, go and pass this to the entire cabinet and the government of the day, that the vision, as planned, vision, your national development plan 2030 is on course. Better keep it up for the sake of all South African people. And I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Madlingozi.
Molweni nonke ngicela ukuzibonakalisa nje then 20 because kubi Chairperson, first of all, let me greet everyone, all the officials of the department, members of the portfolio committee, and of course, as by Buchilo Chairperson, izibazane le minister yetu, Diabulisa. The portfolio committee led by Umamamping Gigaba is a well-oiled committee. And I was there and we worked like one, as if we're not coming from a different organization. Now, I would love to pose these questions. As Umalusi being the body overseeing examination quality assurance, do they believe that the procedure that they are doing through you, Chair, is keeping up with the standard of our education? And does it give access to a right working environment for all those deserving young and, of course, old minds who had just entered the tertiary world? Chairperson, is Malusi really believing that our education serves the needs of our country? I'm asking these questions to Malusi because they're the ones who are dealing with the they're dealing with the overseeing of the quality of our exams. Chairperson, as kudala kuthethwa ngale mathematics, actually all the science subjects, they seem to be problematic to numerous candidates, especially the Black kids. Now, we need to be looking at that very, very, very carefully. I don't know how it will be helped, because from the oversight that we were doing, it's the same. There are those who are trying hard, but I don't understand why it is like that. Chairperson, when the Department of Basic Education realizes that objectives set forth were not met, how long is the department able to rectify the problems? Meaning, what are the interventions that they have put in place so that we see progress in that regard? Chairperson, is there a way the department can devise a change of the curriculum and the concept of educating our kids, instead of our learners sucking everything that is being taught in our schools without questions and regurgitate it back on the exam paper as the smartest thing to do? It has been proven, Chairperson, that our kids cannot think outside the normal schooling box when they are presented with such problems to solve. And I guess maybe some of the problems are the way the education is designed and devised. I will hear from you. Like this teacher-student relationship that is being used, that was actually used, as an instrument of oppression by teachers to kids, where people should actually listen to the teacher. When the teacher says, "I give information," believe it without questions, and the teacher and the student would like listen and want to follow orders. Like, the question is there a way of changing that kind of teaching between the teacher and the student, where now also the students are given a chance to voice and open other doors that maybe the teachers or even the whole department was not even looking at. Most of these teachings are predictable, Chairperson, and have nothing that resembles our everyday lives. And our kids are too clever for that. And they know when the lessons are detached from them and their reality, and very much so make them to disconnect totally from what they're being taught. And I think it's time that the department really look at how to change the education system, more like to decolonize it properly. Education should be revolutionized, Chairperson, turn over to benefit the future of South African artists, society. It is upon the Department of Education to make sure that information given to our learners is nothing but the truth about themselves, not half the story that was never told about them, Chairperson, because our kids know the truth right now. Chairperson, without wasting more time, the question still remains, as back to Umalusi, is there assurance of quality examination process really fitting for the young Black child or white child from South Africa? Because it looks like we are only given, other worlds like labor, human supply, so that they can excel in their lives, not in our lives. So yes, we have seen that also in the art world. Hence, I made a mistake about say artist in the art world, where the radio personalities, they know more about the American and British people than they know themselves. Tabulela, Chairperson, goes.
Sizothetha yonke into Radebe, sizothetha yonke into. Van Marina.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good. Where are we? Good afternoon. All protocol obviously observed. Everyone's done the whole list. Thank you for the presentations. Mine really is on quality of marking, I suppose standardization a little bit, etc., etc. So it's it's a question that's based on some reports that has come out recently that low marks has especially been found for home language Afrikaans learners for history, geography, and business studies. I'd like the department maybe or Umalusi to briefly comment on that if they are aware of that issue where many learners have now asked for remarks. And then following on to that comment, I would like to actually see a slide or a couple of slides that talks to the remarks. I would like to see per province which subjects are the ones that are being asked for remarks. So I'd like to link that to the quality of marking, etc., etc. So if we could get an answer on how many applications have been received for remarks, because obviously that closed on the 2nd of February, that process. And for us then to be able to see where the issues are and what, which subjects or which areas it is that is warranting those remarks. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Morwane, thank you, Honorable Farmasay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to the leadership as have been alluded. I believe I'm audible. I want to also appreciate the report that has been presented to us by the department and Umalusi, and just to check few things in terms of the report that has been tabled before us. The first one is that how is the department and Umalusi planning to deal more especially with teachers? How are they being held accountable, those that are perpetual underperforming and also not doing exactly what is expected of them, while other schools with the same challenges that they have are performing better? Because at times it emanates, Chairperson, from wherein other teachers will go and make money by teaching other learners on their private plan to make money and neglect the learners that are they are supposed to teach, like the ones that they are at their care, at their disposal as their day-to-day teachers. So what plan is there in terms of dealing with these teachers? And also a second question, what level of support is the department going to provide to higher enrollment provinces like your Eastern Cape and Limpopo? And the last question that I want to make is based on what has been presented to us in terms of the bottlenecks, in terms of what is happening, the dropout, that the 2013 NSC candidates, when they started schooling, as given in the numbers, they were more than 1 million. However, those that managed to make it to grade 12, there were around 740 plus. And what happened to the 4,680 plus learners? And I've heard that they have explained, and what is the future plan in terms of making sure that they curb that challenge? Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, members, for Honorable Adwans.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Because now I'm on the road. Your meeting is prolonged as Arab people can only find space to campaign here in this platform, as some of us are busy on the ground. So, and people listen to us. Now, Chair, let me also take this opportunity and acknowledge and appreciate the two presentations that we have received from both Umalusi and DBE. And also let me take this opportunity and join millions of South Africans across the country that congratulated the matric class of 2023, which made new heights of performance as our education systems attain stability and overall performance of 82.9%, an increase of bachelor passes to 40.9%. Critical is the success of those from historically disadvantaged communities and the poor. Chair, as 81.3% of social grants supported learners and learners from no fee paying schools have performed at 81% and have attained their national certificate, senior certificate. Significant to note that, Chair, most or 66.4% of those distinctions were females. Chairperson. Chair, I think we must also appreciate the work that has been done by our educators, those that are with our learners, with our children at the level of the school on a daily basis. We can criticize as much as we want. We can judge as much as we want, but there are those learners that appreciate the existence of the teachers and educators that are with them on a daily basis. The education outcome of this class of 2023 symbolizes an improving basic education system as provinces had relatively low pass rate, as well as provinces performed above 75%. We welcome, Chairperson, the performance pass rate on mathematics from 55% to 63.5% and physical sciences from 74.6% to 76.2%, which bode well for developing science and technology skills and capabilities as the country. The Free State, once more, Chairperson, as a relatively rural province, has demonstrated the transformation of the democratic government. And the recent outcomes highlight the significant improvement in the Eastern Cape with 81.42%, KwaZulu-Natal 86.3%, Northwest 81.3%, and Limpopo also principal has went up to 79.54%. And we acknowledge that as much as there are rural provinces like KZN that have improved drastically, has beaten provinces like your Gauteng and your so-called perfect province, the Western Cape. Chair, we acknowledge and appreciate the work that has been done by Umalusi in making sure that the equality assure the work that has been done by the department and monitor all the work that has been done. With those few words, Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity.
No, thank you very much, honorable members, for your inputs on the presentations of both the department and Umalusi. I've got just few issues to raise from my side. One is the learners that did not make it and that are going to go now in May and June for the second chance program. I know that they are now partly your responsibility, but are there no programs that assist them, or are there other programs that assist them to make sure that they now pass the examinations? And then to the issue of the grade 10, where it looks like there is bottlenecks, and the factors that are the learners, they are repeating, and some of them are, it's where they are actually disappearing. How would the department assist to support the grade 10s in the future? Because I think probably there should be programs, one that guides them career-wise, because I think they get stuck there. They are not sure which streams to follow, and when they lose that, or rather they fail, they decide to disappear. There is about 433 underperforming schools. We do have an interest of knowing for this year's national senior certificate examinations, what is the department going to do to assist them? Because of course you have identified them, you know them now, and the committee is seeking clarity on the strategies recommended in the previous year to improve performance in STEM subject, including systematic issues like training of teaching in mathematics and physical science from the foundation phase up to the matric. And this comment, DG, siyayibona this work that you are doing. But we think that, and we understand that you are mostly in Limpopo, in Eastern Cape and in KZN, and of course you go to other provinces. And our view is that probably those numbers are the numbers that makes now this difference and this victory at the end of the year, because as much as they are rural, but they do have numbers, these provinces. We see the support that you are giving to these provinces, and we also want to say that we can see that there is stability, because even in terms of your percentages, the provinces don't differ that much. They are not so narrow from each other. You can see that they are at least in the same range. So we think that the department really is doing very well, is trying very well. The issue of maths and science, as much as we see that there is, in terms of percentage, there is growth, but we are concerned that our learners do not have interest in maths, in particular. And we think also there needs to be focus there. So that will be it from my side. I'm not sure now from the department who is here leading, answering. Is the minister here or?
No, Chair, I'm here.
Okay, ma. All right.
I won't take long, Chair, because there are colleagues from the department, both the DG and Umalusi. I'll just touch on a few ones quickly. The one on throughput rates, repetition rates, and that's why, Chair, when I started up, I opened on it because I know it's a major concern for South Africans about throughput rates. And we should not even take it in isolation. What are the international trends about people starting at grade 1 and finishing? And I can't say internationally we're not doing badly. But having said that, it does not mean that we should not take it seriously. That's why we're tracking it to monitor phase by phase, to say at grade 4, what is the hump and what are the courses. When they go to high school, their performance where is the harm, what are the challenges, so we monitor it in order to intervene and deal with the issues. And that's the point I wanted to make, Chair, to say we are concerned, we're intervening, we do whatever we can to make sure that we can be able to tailor our responses around what would be the underlying causes, which change from time to time, Chair. There are lots of issues that affect even young people at different phases, especially when they become teenagers. There are issues of juvenile delinquency. There are social pressures around them. They start experimenting with all sorts of difficulties. They start experimenting with alcohol and all sorts of degenerating matters. But also what we also picked up, which we're working on, it's the higher they go, the curriculum becomes more challenging. Hence, when I opened up, I said, we need to talk about strengthening our foundations for learning. So I know it's a matter of concern. I know it's a political tool for people, but it's not, I think, a matter that we don't take serious. We do take serious. The other issue which was raised also, Chair, it's about the quality of passes based on university admissions. Those things are separate. If at and remember that note that says it's not a capacity issue, it is. If at university you have 100 places for medicine, you're going to take all your aids, and doesn't mean that there's something wrong with the B, but you have limited spaces, you're going to take limited numbers, and you're going to use the highest points and other criteria. And that does not reflect anything on the quality, but it also is a way of dealing with the environment. And I think the biggest issue, it's not so much even now of university capacity. Indefinitely, it's not an issue of the quality of passes. That if you have a 60%, therefore, there's nothing wrong with getting 60%. But a medical school may not take you because they have lots of 100%, and they won't take a 60% if there's 100%. The issue, Chair, which we're dealing with also with higher education, it's a landscape of our education system where and it's an unfortunate thing of what you've inherited, and I think we've not moved with speed to address it. The economy of the future does not need every child to go to universities. We have to be able to open pathways of vocational and technical. And remember, Madlinko's raised, I think in a way, bumped on it maybe by accident, that it is a question of talents and skills, but also on a variety, so that it's not every child who must pass maths and science, not every child who must pass history, but there are kids who are talented at soccer, so we have to also be able to support them in the careers and talents that they have, so that it's not every child going to universities. Hence the big push about the 3-stream curriculum, to be able to give young people an opportunity of a varied curriculum. The way I see it in the future, we should be able to de-emphasize on matric pass as the only pathway. Yes, we should encourage kids to get a matric pass, but we should also encourage or assist our children to come with skills that are needed by the economy, but also with skills that are able to support them in their choices. The other thing also, Chair, the throughput rate, as I said, this one, I sometimes feel that we're going to answer until, unfortunately, we can't be blue in our faces until we're pitch black. Chair, to the 60%, I don't know whether 1 + 1, why it makes 60. It's 60% of the people who entered the system. And we acknowledge in the slide that other kids leave. And then we say 80% of those who sat for exam. That's just simple. It's not even pure maths. It's just arithmetic, not even a maths lead. It's arithmetic. We're talking about 80% of children who sat for maths. And education is not an event. And that's why we have a slide where we're saying for the 80s, we were at 30%. Now in 2024, we have 60% of young people completing matric. It shows a journey. It will really be strange if in less than 30 years, we are able to have 100% matric pass without the challenges. So, Chair, I don't want to take long, but to really say, again, to thank people for the inputs, and also I think colleagues will will answer matters and also clarify, because remember, Lydia said, what do we do with kids who fail, who drop out? Again, that's why we monitor grade 12. We're going to introduce we're introducing your grade 9 certificate so that children are able to go into these very directions. It's not every child that should be expected to pass matric. If you're talented, you're a musician, you might as well be trained to move in that area. We have medical doctors now who are singing. I think that young person could have been assisted quite early. That's the talent, that's the skill, that's what they need to do, so that the only pathway is not university. According to our education system, basic education ends up in grade 9. Grade 10, 11, 12, it's further education and training. And we need them to be able to strengthen that when others are going to further education and training, there's a strong vocational and technical pathways that people can go to, so that the 40% that has not come should be able to be encouraged and supported if they want to move into the other paths. What we do, compulsory education ends up in grade 9. What we can possibly do, and which is what we're doing, is to support our children to go to further education and training. We're now supporting them to go into FET and also to go to vocational and technical and motivate them. But what will be compulsory ends up in grade 9. And anything else is to work as a community to support our kids against this in the face of many psychosocial challenges they're facing. They're experimenting with drugs, experimenting with alcohol, teenage delinquencies facing them. There are lots of pressures that are there. And I think as a South African nation, rather than say, where have you taken the 40%, is to say, what do we do with our children, because they're at the age of 16, to make sure that they have further education and training to proceed to university, or they have skills which will enable them to go into the world of work. But Chair, I could say a lot of things, but I think we've, let me allow my colleagues to respond, and thank you again most sincerely for the engagements and the support, and say that during Masotlanga Nihlatin, and I could note that when you come with this pot that you are you're cooking. But thank you most sincerely for the engagement, the questions and the comments. They are always helpful to us in rethinking and supporting the work that we do. Thank you very much, Chair.
Who speaks now after Mark from DB?
Minister, can we proceed?
Please, Chair, I hear what Chair says. My Chair,
No, thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, the Deputy Chair of Umalusi, Professor Mtili, the CEO, and senior managers from this meeting. The Minister has covered quite a lot in terms of the questions that we needed to respond to. Just to say, the improvement that we have made is attributable to the leadership of the Minister, Deputy Minister, and MEC, Leadership Collective of Basic Education, but also the oversight that you exercise over the department. We have said before that we've never felt that we appear before a multi-party forum in this portfolio committee. We are held to account, and we do our best to do that at all times. I'm so pleased at the end of the sixth administration that Honorable Nodata and myself have found, if I use the language from where I come from, the Platteland, two nathering of minds. I'm happy that he's no longer talking about pass rate versus the throughput rate. He's no longer talking about grade 1 to grade 12 when it comes to throughput rate. I'm so pleased. It means that our engagement has worked, because the true, authentic throughput rate can be determined from grade 10 for the reasons explained by the minister, which are understood by all of us, that at the end of grade 9, learners do go to TVET colleges. And under 1 million learners that are in TVET colleges come from our schools. When they finish grade 9, they go there. There are a very limited number of learners who would even do diplomas or NQF level 6 or 5, higher certificate in TVET colleges, very few of them. Over 90% of them do NQF level 4. I think that is also important to understand. So Honorable Nodada says, and I do agree with him, 150%, that there is an indication that from grade 10 to 12, we don't seem to get a seamless progression. And that has been highlighted even in a presentation by Dr. Polia and also by the minister. We suspect that there is gatekeeping of learners in grade 10. We also see that quite in a very profound way in grade 11. In other words, where schools decide that learners who are not going to give them good passes, they don't proceed to grade 12. Analyzing the system, we think that there is that phenomenon, but we are investigating it. And I must say that the research unit headed by Dr. Stephen Taylor is now doing a research on the dropout rate, because we said we've had one a while ago. It's about time that we do that, and we synchronize the number of learners who go to TVET colleges vis-a-vis those who proceed to do grade 10, eventually 11 and 12. So we're hoping that either early in the first year of the 7th administration, we should get the report of that investigation by Dr. Stephen Taylor. To put this matter to bed once and for all, I'm convinced that our major problem is not dropout rate. Our major problem is failure and repetition rate. And I think that research will really put this matter to bed. And I'm waiting for it with bated breath. And it would also be able to tell us how many learners are actually going to TVET colleges, so that we are able to answer this question confidently and concretely with facts to the public and all and sundry. The minister has answered the question about the quality of bachelors. There is no question about the quality of our bachelors. The quality is beyond reproach. Our learners are admitted even in universities outside our country. There's something called APS, admission point system, that universities are using. It depends on the field of study that learners want to pursue and whether learners meet the APS required by universities for different faculties or different fields of study. But the fact that a learner has gotten a bachelor, a learner can study depending on the field that that learner would want to pursue. Let me just give an example of what the minister indicated about, particularly this year, when universities realize that they are spoiled for choice. As we were meeting with provinces, last week we were in Free State, week before we were in Gauteng to support the class of 2024. We were approached by officials who presented cases of learners who got level 7 in all the 7 subjects, but were not admitted in the field of medicine. Those are distinctions. but they were not admitted in the field of medicine. It's because universities are now spoiled for choice. Learners who did extremely well are so many, to the extent that even if you have gotten level 7, they would now look for percentages that go even beyond level 7. They are spoiled for choice. There's so much cream out there that they would choose even to select from the cream that is out there. We do meet with DHET. We meet quite regularly to look at a number of things. One of the things that we are looking at, as the minister said, is the architecture of the system, because we are 2 sectors of one system, and the synchronization of the 2 sectors so that there's harmony in the system. For instance, the vocational programs offered by TVET colleges versus the subject of specialization offered by our technical high schools. So we're looking at that. The issue of throughput rate, indeed, the province that's leading now with throughput rate from the class of 2023 is Mpumalanga, followed by Western Cape. Of course, Free State and others are not doing so well there. The issue of performance in mathematics in the Western Cape is doing well, and Free State in mathematics and science, but their participation rate is very low. I mean, it's so obvious. The fewer learners you have, the better the chances for those learners to do well. That is the statistical logic of it. The province that's doing exceptionally well in mathematics, I mean, this was also confirmed by Professor Balim, the chair of Umalusi. You go to any faculty in any university which is math-related, that faculty will be dominated by learners from Limpopo, particularly historically disadvantaged, from historically disadvantaged communities. Learners who get 60% and above in mathematics, who study in the faculties of those, the majority of them come from Limpopo. The minister used to call it the Limpopo surprise. So the province that's doing well in mathematics remains Limpopo in terms of learners who get 60% and above, particularly in your historically disadvantaged schools. The release of the results to be done earlier. Umalusi would tell you that they need more time to quality assure the work. We are in discussions to respond to the outcry that is out there in the public, but there are no facts related to this, because for us to change from the old to the current, we met with vice chancellors of universities, and all of them said, look, the results are only needed from the first week of February. Nobody needs the results for anything before then. And that has not changed up to now. That has not changed at all. But we've heard what people are saying out there. But in terms of the real facts that are related to admission at university, etc., there is no, there's nothing really that has to do with that. And then group copying, what is not indicated in the report of Umalusi is that group copying has drastically reduced. It has drastically reduced, and I think what has increased is behavioral irregularities, which we are attempting to deal with as well. But also, what is not reflected in the report of Umalusi is that in the context of diminishing financial resources, provinces have moved towards the compliance of 1 senior marker to 5 markers. They've drastically moved. They have, but of course, I think that the nature of the report is such that you'd need more time for them to get into the details of that. we can provide progress of the implementation of the recommendations or directives of Umalusi. So that can be done. So there is a link between DBE and what happens at HEIs. And by the way, even our curriculum change and everything, universities are involved. This 4-quadrant qualification that we are talking about was crafted and shaped together with representatives from universities, including a forum of universities called USAF. Honorable Moratsetla, thank you very much for, and to all honorable members for appreciating the work that we do. I have said it's attributable to the excellent oversight work that you play over us and the amazing leadership of the minister, the deputy minister, and the collective. Thank you very much, Honorable Moratsetla. I don't think there's anything specific that you really needed us to respond to, but thank you for your leadership and your oversight. You are tough with us when we are not doing well. We can only respond accordingly because we know that if we don't do that, the consequences will just be too ghastly. Honorable Mandringo, the interventions to improve, we have a very comprehensive learner support program called NSLA. That framework, provinces develop their own provincial improvement plans every year, and we get them to report on a quarterly basis, and on a semester basis, we report to Umalusi every 6 months. That's how we drive our improvement. But we take a system-wide approach from grade R to grade 12. We are not only focusing on grade 12. Change of the curriculum. We review our curriculum on an ongoing basis. We've got an exercise now called Curriculum Strengthening and Review. At any rate, our curriculum is deemed to be a world-class curriculum. The breadth of skills of critical thinking, problem solving. If you look at our question papers, I doubt whether many of us who have written grade 12 exams many years ago would be able to get the marks that we got when we wrote these papers then, because of the nature of the questions in these question papers. They are no longer just recall questions. They are about critical thinking, problem solving, contextually relevant. I mean, the questions that you are asked about in those question papers would be about things that are happening now. There was a question, although it was asked a bit awkward, about Palestine, mandatory Palestine, in 2023, by the way. And the Palestine issues are hot on our neck at the moment. We are attempting to decolonize our curriculum, focus on mother tongue. We are strengthening the currency of history as a subject, but also looking at making it more attractive to learners who are not doing it. We've tried to make sure that our curriculum and examination papers are contextually relevant to the education system of our country, relevant to our continent, our region, and to the globe. Honorable Van Zyl, remark, we do get remarks, but prospects for success for remarks have reduced, which is also attributable to the quality of marking. Quality assurance of marking is done at almost 5 levels. Is the marker, the senior marker, is the deputy chief marker, is the chief marker, is the internal moderator. Dr. Polia can explain that. It's quite extensive, the quality assurance system within the marking process itself. You also have external moderators from Umalusi. You also have external moderators from DBE. I'm extremely satisfied with the improvements that we have made to bring about quality in our marking process. Honorable Aduns, thank you very much for highlighting the achievements that we have made. So I'll leave it there. And again, credit to your oversight, your contribution in all of this. And Honorable Chair, learners that did not make it, the second chance matric program is available for them. We are not happy with the performance of our part-time candidates. We don't think we have made the improvement that we thought we were going to make. And we are going to focus on improving the performance of part-time candidates through the second chance matric program. Underperforming schools have reduced, but we are going to continue to support the schools to make sure that we reduce them almost to zero. Our strategy for STEM subjects, you can see with maths, Umalusi would tell you that if it was not brought down, maths could be over 70%, I think. But consistent with the principles that the CEO explained of standardization, that had to happen to bring it down because it was far over the norm. The strategy is led by Mr. Siliki Tabani. I must say the minister doesn't know this. When I met with school principals, all 26,000 of them, I said to them, if we don't improve mathematics by 2016, I was going to make sure that all those who are offering this subject are going to be fired. I'm not sure whether that drove the adrenaline to this improvement or not. But I think Mr. Tabani and all our math teachers and subject advisors did exceptionally well. They rallied behind hashtag 60% in mathematics and above, and they managed to achieve that. And this year, they are now going for hashtag 70% and above in mathematics. So that strategy is not only focusing on grade 12, we are looking forward for the results in teams, which should be out towards the end of this year, grade 4 and grade 9, trends in international mathematics and science study, and we expect to see an improvement there as well. Chair, I go to KZN, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo for pit latrines because the majority of our pathology in terms of inappropriate sanitation structures are there. Coincidentally, I also happen to monitor learner support programs when I'm there, but I go to all the 9 provinces and I try to give equal attention to all of them. I've been to all the 75 districts in the country together with the team to try and support them. We are going to work very hard with the Northern Cape, with Mpumalanga, and all other provinces to respond to your call and to make sure that we improve. Maybe Honorable Minister and Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Dr. Pulia and Dr. Mtembu could come in and assist on those areas that I've not managed to adequately cover or even cover at all. Thank you for the privilege. Thank you. Dr. Mtembu, Dr. Pulia.
Thank you, DG, and greetings once more to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee under the leadership of the chair, and also appreciate the support, as the DG has said, of your good selves by holding us accountable all the time. I will respond to some of the issues and then hand over to Dr. Paula and Dr. Simelane. I just want to talk about the issue of how are we dealing with teachers who are not doing justice to the delivery of service of education. I think some provinces which have improved have taken our advice to conduct accountability sessions. KZN, Limpopo are the two provinces which have started doing that out of our advice. Accountability sessions is where they call all principals of schools which have performed at 40% and below. And each and every principal comes with a circuit manager and a district director. The intention is not to harass people, but to get an idea as to what is wrong, what is happening. So the principal will tell us what is happening and where are the challenges, and the district director and the circuit manager should also give us an indication. But what happens since we started with this, those who have come to accountability sessions, they don't come back the following year to account. You get new ones if there are any. So that is why in the system, we don't see 0% failure rates as it used to happen before. The other issue I want to talk about is the issue of mathematics. To add that we are having what is called the sector plan to improve the performance in mathematics as well as participation. We are more on grade 8 and 9 because we want to ensure that those learners perform well in mathematics and they develop love of mathematics and take mathematics in grade 10 when they are given opportunities to make subject choices. I also wish to say that although the 17% failures we're talking about in the system, they are not outright failures. So the second chance matric program is a program that takes care of them because some of them have one subject to make it, some of them have 2 subjects to make it or 3 subjects. So they are not outright failures, and therefore we are saying by June, when we write the supplementary examination, some of them will actually complete 2024 with a matric qualification. I also wish to talk about the issue of the strategy to assist underperforming schools. As we are moving from one province to another province, we are getting these days, we are getting their plans to improve performance. And the main point of guidance we're giving to them is they must be specific about what is it that they are going to do to improve the performance of those schools, which are still not performing. And all visited already have presented their plans, and we have added that so that they ensure that the underperforming schools are not left out. In fact, we are moving away from this concept or this label of underperforming. We are now coming with new concepts which are going to encourage them so that they don't sit and say we are actually labeled underperforming. We are doing exactly what the United Nations did when they actually did away with the word underperforming, underdeveloped countries, and then they said they are developing countries to encourage them. We're also trying to do that. I think Dr. Smelane and Dr. Polia will then look at the few areas which myself, DG, and Honorable Minister haven't covered. Over to you, Dr. Polia.
Thank you, Dr. Tembu. And I think we've been very well covered by our Minister, DG, and DDG, but just 1 or 2 minor points just to strengthen the responses. I think Honorable Nodada's concern about throughput needs further discussion. And I think Minister and DG has covered that very well. But I think one of the questions asked by Honorable Nodada is, what is it that we are doing to possibly improve retention? What are we doing to improve throughput? Now, if you look at the policy on progression, the policy on progression is certainly a bold response taken by our minister to improve learner retention, because these learners who now would have failed grade 10, grade 11, more than once, would have dropped out of the system. But with the policy on progression, we're now retaining them in the system, giving them a chance in the next grade with the appropriate support, and they are producing the desired results. In terms of throughput, during COVID, we had to increase and amend the program of assessment so that we increase the school-based assessment weighting. And through that, we found that we now have more learners moving from grade 10 into grade 11 into grade 12. And that has contributed to our throughput. And learning from that experience that came out of COVID, we've now extended or increased the school-based assessment component in grade 11 to 40% from 25%. So there is much that we're doing in terms of policy change with regard to having to improve throughput and also improve our ability of the system to retain learners rather than seeing learners drop out. But I think another important point, Honorable Chair, with regard to throughput is that we may not have the desired throughput at the moment. And it's simply because we are squeezing all learners into an academic stream. Whether the learner is vocationally inclined or occupationally inclined, we are now forcing this learner into an academic stream. And as a result, that is not going to produce the desired throughput rate. And we are convinced that as we extend our occupational and vocational streams, one will see our throughput rate improving significantly. The other point raised by the Honorable Nodada was the issue of the 30%, and not that we want to dwell on that, but just to indicate that we have done some work in terms of comparative studies in other countries. But let me just quote Volker Wiedekant, who did an extensive research in this area in 2018. And this was his closing statement, which possibly sums up this entire debate on the 30% and 40%. He said, a pass mark between 30% to 40% are by no means unusual. And there are very few school systems that set pass mark of 50% for subjects. So this is an independent and reputable researcher who's looked at various systems, and he says that moving to 50% is not a common feature, even in well-advanced systems. But we need to understand that South Africa has what we refer to as a group certificate, where we look at criteria that learners must satisfy in order to be issued a certificate. Whilst in some European countries, the UK, you find that they just list the subjects with the mark obtained by the learner, and universities and the workplace will then determine whether, based on the mark obtained by the learner, this learner should be accepted for higher education studies or the world of work. What are we doing in terms of principals who are holding back learners? We've identified them, and disciplinary action will be taken against these principals, and we will monitor schools more closely together with our provincial department to make sure that this practice of holding back learners does not become a practice in some of our schools. With regard to group copying, like DG has mentioned, has reduced significantly. Now, the teacher in Mpumalanga, who was responsible for group copying and posting answers on a chat group, his services has been terminated after having gone through a disciplinary process. So action is being taken. And in all other cases where teachers have been implicated in irregularities, there is consequence management and action is being taken against them. So we set the right kind of, or we send the right kind of message in terms of the fact that these irregularities cannot be tolerated. With regard to the question on non-submission of reports about chief markers, here again, we've identified provinces, we've identified chief markers and internal moderators who've not submitted those reports that are required in terms of our marking standardization meeting, and we're going to deal with those provinces and those individuals in terms of improving that particular submission. The ratio of 1:5, I think we need to maybe just clarify that most of our provinces in most of our subjects are complying with the 1:5. There are few provinces in a few subjects where there is non-compliance to the 1:5, because the 1:5 certainly brings up a higher level of quality assurance, quality control, and we certainly are moving in that direction. What are we doing about the Umalusi directives? We've started already with the improvement plan, and by the 15th of March, we will be able to present to Umalusi that very detailed plan. The question raised regarding quality of marking, I think our DG has covered that, but just to add that with reference to ensuring quality marking across most scripts, or rather all scripts, should I say, we have what we call a tolerance range. And that tolerance range is determined per question and also for the final mark. And if a marker deviates from the tolerance range, he's then expected to go back and remark the entire batch. And we follow a question marking approach where one marker marks a particular question or maybe 2 or 3 questions so that he becomes or she becomes an expert. And that helps to maintain quality in terms of the marking. I think that's all that was required from us, DG, and I'll stop there.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister. I am going to respond to the question that was raised by Honorable Madlingozi, and that is the question on whether or not Umalusi and DBE are not looking at changing the assessment approaches that have been used over the years, which would inadvertently expect learners to sort of regurgitate what they have learned. I think what has already been done by Basic Education working together with Umalusi is that there has been an introduction of practical assessment tasks in a handful of subjects, and then marks obtained from those practical assessment tasks are included into the final mark that determines the overall performance in the subject. So that is one change or innovation. The second innovation comes with the qualification that is called the General Education Certificate. A qualification at the end of the grade 9 year or at the end of the general education and training phase. This qualification has been piloted over the past 3 years now, past 2 years. This is the final year of piloting how the qualification is going to be assessed for. The innovations that are coming with these qualifications are that there are 3 dimensions of assessment that will be considered. It will be the usual assessment of the curriculum content. Secondly, it will be assessment of competencies. That is, what can a learner practically do or demonstrate in terms of their skills and knowledge that they have acquired practically to demonstrate that. That is the assessment on competencies. But even more importantly, the added dimension to this is the assessment on inclination. So that as basic education and teachers in particular are able to look at the inclination of each learner at the end of the grade 9 year in terms of what future career options are suited to their interest, aptitude, and ability, and therefore guide them into the 3 streams that we are also introducing. So these are some of the innovations that are currently being explored by both Umalusi and the DBE. As I've indicated, this is the final year where the assessment of the GEC will be piloted in 3,000 schools, because the plan is to introduce or to implement or roll out the qualification from 2025. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chairperson, do you want me to come in?
Yes, you can come in, Dr. Rakomets, if DB is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. I want to indicate that the students who qualify through our schooling system and obtain the grade 12 certificate are able to go anywhere in the world, to universities and for the world of work. We do get verifiers of our qualification from all jurisdictions in the world to check whether the certificates are authentic or not. I'm responding to some of the questions raised by Honorable Nodada. And that further on, we've been doing benchmarking exercises with the qualifications in other jurisdictions. In 2010, Umalusi did a study comparing the National Senior Certificate with other qualifications that are equivalent to it in other jurisdictions. In the same year, the IEB did a study also to check the comparability of the NSC with a body called UK NARIC. It was called UK NARIC way back then. It is now called ECDIS. In 2022, Umalusi did a benchmarking exercise through ECDIS, formerly known as UK NARIC, where we compared the qualifications, the NSC with the qualifications of equivalent level in Kenya, Zimbabwe, New South Wales, with the International Baccalaureate and the Cambridge International Education. And the NSC was found to compare favorably with other qualifications. Of course, there will be areas of strength and areas of weakness. These reports are available on our website, those which were commissioned by Umalusi, and we've been able to share them with the Department of Basic Education. And we presented also to HEDCON and to CM. We are also invited to this portfolio committee to come and present that report. I think it was during the course of 2023. Now, regarding the comparability of qualifications also, we are a member of numerous associations that deal with qualifications internationally, from the SADC level to Africa and internationally. And we compare notes with the colleagues on a continuous basis. On the basis of that, one is able to say the NSC is a qualification pitched at the right level. Maybe just something quickly on the 30% debate. I've said where I address audiences about this matter that South Africa can tomorrow decide to do 50% pass. Just to satisfy the psyche of our people who are complaining so much about the 30% and lower the cognitive levels, the levels of difficulty in the different question papers. I don't think we'd have achieved anything by so doing, so that maybe the approach that the department is saving currently is defensible. Having said that, group copying, the investigations, Honorable Nodada, are continuing under the leadership of the DBE, and Umalusi will do the verification of the report. The students whose results have been blocked will remain blocked until that happens. And we will make sure that that happens, and we'll look at the report of the department. What is frustrating with group copying is that in some instances, educators are involved as invigilators, and that has to be corrected as soon as possible. I'll come back to the issue of group copying later on again, responding to what the DG has said about the numbers that have gone down. I want to give the exact figures on the next page of my notes. Having said that, going to the Sakai problems, yes, Honorable Nodada, we are aware of the problem that Sakai is facing at the moment. We highlighted that in our presentation. We have received complaints, and we called a meeting with the leadership of Sakai on the 24th of January, 2024. We met at Umalusi and we discussed these issues. Now, what is critical to note before I get into the kind of problem that they're experiencing is that Umalusi Quality assures their data, the data of all assessment bodies before approving the results. The data of Sakai was quality assured. Now, on the question of the SBA marks, no other assessment body discards SBA marks. It cuts across all assessment bodies, including the DBE. It's not only Sakai, because the directives are from Umalusi, that if the SBA marks are either too low compared to the written component or too high compared to the written component, they'll be discarded in the manner that I illustrated in the presentation. The remarking happens, the viewing of scripts happens, and it happens in Pretoria, yes. Those are the headquarters of Sakai. So we can't say they should go to any other town and force them to go there. We can't give such a directive. And indeed, there is a fee payable for the remarking of the scripts. And the parents chose to register their children with Sakai, so they have to actually deal with the payments and all the protocols that are prescribed by Sakai. We'll be watching the space, we'll be monitoring the space. The fact of the matter is that where there's been remarking, Umalusi also verifies that remarking to check whether it is authentic or not. So the parents can be rest assured that Umalusi is watching the space and is doing its quality assurance functions when it comes to that. Regarding the review of the release of the results, Umalusi is always brought on board by the DBE together with University of South Africa. It is true, as the DG has indicated, that Umalusi also needs time for its quality assurance processes, because this country cannot receive the results that have not been quality assured. We have to get that space to standardize, to quality assure, to verify in the manner that I've just illustrated with the data from Sakai, and only then the chairperson of council could address the South African public and say, I can vouch for these results. The non-submission of the directives, like non-submission rather, of the minutes for the selection of markers, like any other area of non-compliance, we have written the directives to the department, and the department is going to mention in their action plan what they are going to do with the situation. I want to thank Honorable Moratsetla for the observations that he has made and the commendations that he has made on the work of Umalusi and the work of the department. Honorable Madlingosi, I want to say what I said to Honorable Nodad about the benchmarking reports that we have on our website. Feel free to download the reports, study them, and I'm happy to report that the qualifications on our sub-framework of qualifications remain relevant for the people of South Africa. That is why this country is functional. Things are happening. We are here, we've been educated through the same system. So the education is relevant to the country's needs. I need to emphasize that. Honorable Van Zyl, on the quality assurance of marking, Umalusi also features in the quality assurance of marking because we verify marking. We send officials to all the marking center to do the verification. And should there be any aberrations in the outcome, standardization will also show that there's an anomaly here with the marking. So we have the necessary checks and balances where we are concerned, and we are happy with those checks and balances. I want to appreciate also the observations and commendations made by Honorable Aduans. Those are truly appreciated. And maybe just to reflect on what the DG said as I conclude, that group copying has declined. This is true. The reason why we are flagging it is only because we say as a quality assurance body, there has to be zero tolerance to group copying. It should not be happening in a controlled environment where there are invigilators. The group copying has declined from 2022 to 2023 from 1,900 cases in 2022 to 955 cases in 2023. There is a decline. However, we want to run an examination that is free from group copying. In a study done by Umalusi around 2015, 2016, with different universities, the National Senior Certificate was found to have been a good predictor of success at the universities in South Africa. That study was done at Umalusi. I just want to put a few things in perspective around standardization. Maybe the correct nomenclature is that the marks were adjusted mainly upwards or mainly downwards. Mainly upwards or mainly downwards. And whenever we do this, this is informed by the principles that are tried and tested, that have been used during the times of JMB, during the times of subset, and even now, with slight modifications as the system is growing and developing. So indeed, those adjustments have been done, and it is very important that we acknowledge that. What is this about? Let me just check. Okay, also that when we standardize, we don't standardize the whole exam. We standardize only the written component, which is 75%. SBA is standardized through the comparison between the SBA and the written component. Chairperson, on that note, I want to thank you and the honorable members for having us. Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether Prof. Musibi would want to say anything. You may want to say something. Prof. Musibi, through you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Rakometi. Nothing much on my side except to just thank the honorable members for the questions and for the comments that have been made. And maybe also to reaffirm what you've noted, Dr. Rakometi, that we remain resolute in ensuring that the quality of our examinations and in fact in the integrity of the process is safeguarded. And so Umalusi remains committed to that. And we have noted in our engagements with the DPE as well, their own commitment in relation to safeguarding the integrity of the examination process. We're grateful for this opportunity, and especially for me, who's been doing this for the first time. It's been wonderful to observe the incredible openness and also the level of commitment that members have to the improvement of education in South Africa. I want to thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone this afternoon. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, it has been a toll. It has been a very serious toll. Thank you very much, Minister and you, DG, your team from DBE. Thank you very much, Prof. Msibi. Thank you very much, Dr. Rakometi and your team from Umalusi. We are a happy country because of the work that you have done. We know that you normally don't have nice Christmas. You are working as we enjoy our Christmas so that you can deliver these results. We are really grateful for the work that you are doing as a country. And we think that you have once more done a good job. Let me not really waste time now and release you so that we are just left with members to sort out in-house issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Nkosi Chair, honorable members, honorable minister, and colleagues.
Northern Cape ayikwazi uba ngu-9 DG, ayikwazi.
Andiva Chair.
Northern Cape ayikwazi uba ngu-9.
Sizayilungisa.
Kodwa Thetha uthi uyandincedisa ngoku kufanele ibe nguye uchair because i-province yami iyaphoxa.
Northern Cape ayina HOD since last week up to now. Problem here, Northern Cape leadership.
Yeah.
Leadership problem here, Northern Cape.
No, go right.
Abolungisa Chair.
You wait.
Province. Hi, DG.
Principal uthe ndiphume apha kwesi sihlalo ngoku ready mna andidelivery.
Yeah, no, when you must just pack and go. Before elections, you should be gone.
Please, without wasting time, 1:27 and really, we've been really now sitting for a very long time, and I'm suggesting that really out of all those minutes and the reports, we don't really adopt them. Let us look next week if members agree. And then for now, can we just look into this quarter's program so that we can officially adopt it? Llewellyn, if you can just flight that for us. I'm sure members agree. Is there anyone with a contrary?
No. We support Chairperson.
Okay.
Support.
Thank you so much, Principal. Members, we are going, like I've said, we are in the first quarter that has started on the 30th of January. It's going to end on the 28th of March. We are now in the week number 2. So we are actually left with 7 weeks. We've done today the NSC, and these are the reports that I'm saying we must refer them to. We must refer them to next week. Next week, we are going to do the updated status on the ECD migration by the department. And then week 4, we are going to be presented the strategic plan, which will be done by our team. And week 5, we are going to get the implications of the President SONA, which will be delivered on Thursday. We are going to get that presentation on the 27th of what is it? 27th of February, yeah. And then week 6, we are going to get an engagement from the Human Rights Commission on the investigation and inquiry into schools' uniform and the over-regulating of appearances, which is an Eastern Cape report of 2022, as it was referred to by the Speaker's office to us. And then week 7, we are going to deal with our legacy report. Week 7, we are going to deal with our legacy report, which we would have to adopt and leave for the 7th administration to take over. Week 8, we are going to deal with budget review, if nothing changes, of the department. And week 9, we are going to deal with budget review of our entities. And that would mean we will be ending working, we will be ending being members of the 6th term parliament. And then we are going to be on constituency from the 2nd of April forever again. Forever. So this is how our first quarter report looks like. So that members at least would not say that we are just taking them to meetings and they have not adopted. Can I get members to adopt the report, or rather the program?
Chairperson, my unconspicuous hand is up.
It's not
Can
up.
I speak?
Speak.
Mama Chair, I rise to move that we adopt this plan. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Principal Siyabonga. Khatebe Madlingozi.
Chairperson Bingo Kikaba, ndicela ukuthi maybe I support uprincipal endimthandayo as long as ezabakhona uDG uMweli. Ndiyabulela.
DG Pingo. Abe khona phi uDG normal uba khona mosikuzo zonke meeting
For that report, yeah. But eyakhe. Ndiyabulela.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Thank you very much, members. Siyabonga, and thank you for your understanding that we ended the meeting so late. May you have a good week ahead.
Yeah, we are preparing to go for plenary at 2 o'clock now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
No data.
Recording stopped.